We get to watch football in 12 days. Get to watch football in 12 days. We get to watch Big Ten football in 17 days. If you're going to extend an olive branch to USC, get to watch Big Ten football in 12 days. But yeah, for 2023, it's Nebraska, it's Minnesota in Minneapolis, a Big Ten Western Division game, and a fairly big game for the opener for the Big Ten on Fox. 8 o'clock Eastern time would be my guess. And we will talk Huskers and Gophers here at the Voice of College Football because, again, that is our first Big Ten game. How about that? Appreciate y'all being here. Of course, we just left the air just a few hours ago. Many of you joined us earlier today as the AP preseason poll was announced. And upon release, we went live and talked with all of you. Keep in mind, don't get too uptight about the AP poll. It used to mean everything, and now it technically means nothing. But we know that it impacts people's perceptions and people's perceptions that actually vote in the College Football Playoff Committee or look at things like ranked wins, ranked losses, and such. So there is a level of importance there. Michigan's number 2 in the country starting the season. Steve Dace and I got together on Michigan podcast this past Tuesday, and he hit me with a fun fact that the last time Michigan was ranked in the top 2 in the country in the preseason was 1993. 1993, and they lost their first game, I believe. They were coming off that 3-tie season. Remember that, Michigan fans? Save your 1997 undefeated national championship team. Your last undefeated team before that tied 3 times. So not competing for a national championship despite no losses at 8-0-3 going to the Rose Bowl. They tied Illinois, Ohio State, and I can't remember who else Michigan tied. And they went to the Rose Bowl and had a great Rose Bowl against Washington. Finished 9-0-3. Then they came back the next year, number 2 in the country, loaded, and lost to somebody else out of the gate in 1993. Had an 8-4 season, not a really great season, but beat the Buckeyes again at the end, depriving Ohio State of a Rose Bowl bid and an outright Big Ten championship. That was John Cooper's first Big Ten championship in Columbus. Out of how many? Does anybody know? 3 Big Ten championships for John Cooper, 1993, 96, and 98, all shared titles. But we're talking 2023. I want to remind everyone that the Amazon link's in the description section of all the videos. Every video, you can go grab the Amazon link and put it somewhere where you will remember it. And please use it when you shop on Amazon. You help us grow the channel. Also, keep in mind, we've got a Discord, which is just a big chat room. So basically what you're doing right now with everybody else, you can do that 24/7, 365. We got our Discord here at the Voice of College Football. So please, either if you sign up as a YouTube member, I will need your email address so I can send you our Discord link. If you sign up on Patreon, so I want to make it Our design here at the Voice of College Football is we don't want you to have to choose between Patreon and the YouTube membership. So we want the benefits to be the same, the YouTube membership, and we just had somebody sign up during our AP Poll Reacts show a few hours ago, so we appreciate that. That was our Orange Man friend right there that signed up this afternoon. We appreciate him and his support. So again, Discord 24/7, 365 college football discussion over there. And you're going to get my predictions here. And we still have yet to figure out how we're going to release our predictions this year, because from the time that we started this channel, and this main national channel was started in January of 2010. And by YouTube standards, that was like forever ago. That was like at the outset of YouTube practically. Well, YouTube had been around since 2006, and rarely am I on the cutting edge of anything. I usually find out about things like 5 years after everyone else. But we started our YouTube channel in January of 2010. If anybody can dig up and find our first video, yes, we reviewed bowl games. We reviewed New Year's Day 2010. How about that? Okay. And ironically, this being a Big Ten show, our first video ever posted was about the Big Ten's bowl performance, specifically on New Year's Day of 2010. I bring that up to say, I don't know where I was going with all that, but here we are with our Patreon /MarkRogersTV. If you go to Patreon, sign up there. But again, our predictions. Yes. I've been doing weekly college football predictions since, this is going to sound like the medieval times to some people. 1982 was the first year I did college football predictions every week, and I have done them every week ever since 1982. So this 2023, 41 years of college football predictions every week. My dad and I used to get together every Friday night and make our college football and NFL predictions, and I would keep them in a notebook and keep our records. And my dad was big on, and I would keep the score predictions. I predicted the score of every game. And he was big on 28-21, 28-21, 28-21. Looking back, he probably just wanted to get the process over with and just thought, 28-21. And I'd be like, Dad, it's Ohio State and Northwestern. And he'd be like, okay, it's going to be 35-21. I had the better of Dad when it came to predicting games. And we did the NFL starting in 1979. Truth be known, if I'm going to watch a football game on YouTube, believe it or not, I'm going to watch an NFL game from like 1978. But anyway, the predictions are there. And I produced prediction videos starting in 2000, probably 2011, I would guess. And so everything's time stamped. I'm going to release my prediction record. I was reminded by one David Greenshield last night asking me for our prediction record. So I will post that, either produce that in a video or I will post that. And so all my predictions are on video, either on video or the past couple of years they've been on Patreon. So they are all time stamped in regards to my prediction record, which I've had my great years, I've had my good years, and haven't had any just completely lousy years, but I don't know that last year was one of my better years. I pretty much picked these games off the top of my head. I spent about 14 seconds picking the games. The years I can tell a definite difference. The years that I've actually sat down, thought I'm going to give this like an hour or two and make the predictions. Much different. I do better with a little bit of time, but I typically give it like 3 seconds per pick and just rip it off. So you're going to get my predictions on Patreon. And again, this year, I don't know how we're going to deliver that. I think we'll do some predictions here via video. Then we'll do other predictions that are going to be on Patreon. I think that's how we're going to do it this year. Got an SEC channel we just launched, a Big 12 channel we just launched. We've got the SEC channel link there in the chat. So please join us there. USC Live coming up tonight with Matt Zemek on the USC channel. All right. Again, the AP poll came out. Michigan number 2, Ohio State number 3. I don't know when the last time 2 Big Ten teams, good trivia question here, last time 2 Big Ten teams were ranked in the top 3 in the nation preseason. I got to think that's been a long, long time, because who would have joined Ohio State in the top 5 in the country? What was last year? Maybe last year was close. I'm sure last year was close, but I got to think Georgia, Bama were in 2 of those 3 spots at the top. So Michigan's got 2 first-place votes in the AP poll. Ohio State's got 1. They're at number 2 and 3 in the country. Penn State at 7. That's typically where most people see them at this point. And Big Ten also had Wisconsin at 19 and Iowa 25. Illinois got some votes. Minnesota got some votes. Maryland, no votes, I don't believe, which leads me to believe that people are voting based on schedules, which I think is stupid. All right, folks, appreciate you all being here at the Voice of College Football. The link is in the chat. We're going to get to the Minnesota-Nebraska game. That's on a Thursday night on Fox. And then Central Michigan taking on Michigan State in East Lansing. I think that's an upset bid possibility for Central Michigan against Michigan State. Look out, Sparty, opening night in East Lansing on a Friday night. Also, keep in mind that August 15th is looming. Is today the 13th or the 14th? August 15th is the day that Florida State, Clemson, any other member of the ACC has to alert the conference of their intent to leave the conference by football season 2024. So that's coming up here in the next couple of days. It would be my thought that most likely Florida State and or Clemson, and again, Florida State has been the most active, the most has taken the greatest initiative and has been the loudest concerning their discontentment with the ACC. But I think that's more of a long-range plan. I do not believe that Florida State is going to make that announcement and make that move. I don't believe that they're quite ready from a legal or financial perspective to make that move for 2024. I may be wrong, and if I am wrong, we're going to find out in just the next couple of days. August 15th is the deadline. Amazon links in the description section of all the videos. You can help us grow and build the channel. It's the same shopping experience. All right. The link is again in the chat if you want to join the show. We appreciate you all being here at the Voice of College Football, and we're down to it here, folks. We are down to it. We're going to be talking real football, so we're going to, of course, attack these games as best we can going into week 1. Week 0 involves not the Big Ten. By extension, USC's got a game against San Jose State, and it's Notre Dame and Navy. We looked at those games a couple nights ago. So about 5 or 6, generally group of 5 games going on. Week 0, then again, Nebraska, Minnesota, Michigan State, Central Michigan on Friday. Everybody else in the Big Ten gets underway on Saturday. And we are going live nonstop, 24 straight hours. That's on Thursday. We'll do that at 5 a.m. Eastern time. You're going to see me shaking off the cobwebs at 5 a.m. Eastern time on Thursday, August 31st. And we will take you through the entire day, through the games, the matchups, everything going on that Thursday. Maybe we scramble up some eggs and have a good time together. All right. It became a thing several months ago where we had a dumb fan base of the day. So just to keep things a bit light and to go off the beaten path here, we're going to look at my Twitter feed. So earlier, let's see, this would have been probably yesterday. So these fine folks at, what's the name of this place? Whoever posted this tweet, Super West Sports, whoever they are. I noticed that they just post college football lists. I love sites like that. They don't add their opinion. They just post stats, just post lists, just facts. So what I did in this particular case, I actually had somebody, I do not follow these people, and this did not come across my Twitter feed, but somebody DM'd me just to get my take on that. Well, I provided my take, and I looked at the other lists involving the other conferences, and it just was eye-popping to me, even though I've got all these numbers stored in my head. I could sit down and write them all down if I wanted to. So this is the Big Ten from 2013 through 22. And I thought, my goodness, well, this is just another way to quantify how Ohio State has dominated this league. It's crazy. It is crazy. If you look at the number of wins that space out any of these other spots between Wisconsin and Oregon, and they are throwing in the Pac-12 editions, Oregon, Michigan, and then the drop from Michigan to Iowa is only one game. And there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 games between each one of these spots, except Ohio State has won 24 more games than Wisconsin. 24. And so I just added to that to say, yeah, dominance. The gap between number 1 and number 2 is 24 wins. Ohio State's 76-7 in the Big Ten during this stretch of 10 years. 76-7. If you go back to the year before in 2012, they went 8-0. So 84-7. Ohio State's worst conference record during this time frame is 7-1. So think about that. Ohio State's worst record in conference during this time is 7-1, which means that their worst record is also the second best record, tied for the second best record in the entire conference over 10 years. Let that sink in. Ohio State's second worst record, or their Ohio State's worst record, is tied for the second best record in the entire conference over the last 10 years. So some knucklehead responds by saying, DC Indy Dogs makes this statement. Not hard when you play 9 Big Ten football teams a year, LOL, like he's clever. Okay, well, they're all playing 9 Big Ten football teams every year. That's the point of the list. They're being compared against Big Ten teams. This is a Big Ten list. So I responded, every team on that list plays 9 Big Ten teams a year. That's kind of the point of the list. And they'll also, to put this into context, consider the non-conference games that Ohio State played compared to everybody else in the conference. It's not even close. So during these 10 seasons, Ohio State played 4 times against Clemson. They played Bama twice, Oregon twice, Notre Dame twice, Oklahoma twice, Georgia, USC, Washington, TCU, Cincinnati, Utah. All top 10 teams. That's 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 games against near elite competition. I would say 6, 7 or 8 of those games against elite competition, the rest of them near elite, top 10 competition. 18 of those kind of games. You know, take Michigan, for example. Who's Michigan played since 2013 out of conference? They played Florida like 3 times, and those Florida teams were good. They won 1 and lost. No, they won 2 and lost 1. They played Alabama in the 2019 Citrus Bowl. They played Notre Dame a couple times when Notre Dame was really good, 2018, 2019 in particular. And of course, they played Georgia and TCU the last 2 years. So basically, Notre Dame a couple times, Florida a couple times, Bama, Georgia, TCU, and a Utah team in 2015 that was pretty good. So we'd put them on there too. That would be the Michigan list, and Florida State in 2016. That would be the Michigan list. The Penn State list since 2013, who have they played that's really been good, really, really good out of conference? Washington in the Fiesta Bowl, USC in the Rose Bowl, Kentucky in the Citrus Bowl, and Utah in the Rose Bowl. Penn State has played about 4 or 5 games like these 18 that Ohio State played. So I just thought it might be an interesting and amusing segment to add here at the Voice of College Football. I let this particular gentleman know. Please don't be the reason I start a segment called Dumb Comment of the Day. I actually thought I was a little bit more brash than that, but I'm glad that I wasn't. I thought I put like Dumb Fan of the Day, but we did not. So we had some fun with that yesterday. So follow me on Twitter if you have fun there. John is letting us know, yes, Notre Dame 2018-19, Washington 2021. What? Washington was horrible in 2021. Yeah, don't know what we're going for there. Not a lot of real top line, not a lot of top line competition for anybody else in the Big Ten to a large scale. Wisconsin played Alabama in 2015. They played LSU a couple times, and I wouldn't even put LSU necessarily one of those times on that list. They were like an 8-5 team. They played Miami. That was a fringe top 10 team. Yeah. Our buddy Michigan Jason here, pulling out an old favorite there, Hero Soap Company, our fine folks at Hero Soap Company. You catch the link there in the description section. They sent me soap samples. They're really nice. They're really good quality soap, and you donate back to the veteran charities there. So it's really good stuff there. 10% off with the promo code. Man, have not seen that in a long time. Not thought of the fine folks at Hero Soap Company. We've got a Michigan State fan, our guy, MSU Detroit fan, chiming in. Since 2013, Michigan has played Notre Dame 3 times. Okay, but were those elite Notre Dame teams? The 2016 team was certainly not. They were awful. The other times they played Notre Dame, the 2013 Notre Dame team was okay. I think they were 9-4. That was, of course, the Michigan State loss that cost them a BCS championship game. Stanford in the Rose Bowl. Oregon, the 3 times that they played, well, the one time that they won or went to the national championship game, Oregon did. That Oregon. Baylor, yes, the Cotton Bowl. Alabama, of course. BYU, no. If you're just listing non-conference, I'm not just listing non-conference opponents. I'm listing teams like top 10 teams. All those teams that Ohio State played were in the top 10 in the country. All the teams that I listed that Ohio State played. So for Michigan State, it would be probably 2 of those Notre Dame teams. Maybe only 1. Stanford in the Rose Bowl. Oregon, the one time that they played in Eugene with Connor Cook, and they got wiped out in the fourth quarter, 46-27. But they beat Oregon the next year, and Oregon was no good. That was a much less Oregon team. Then they played them in the Red Box Bowl, and Oregon was 7-6, whatever they were, 7-5. The Baylor team, the Cotton Bowl. The Alabama team, of course, that blew them out 38-zip. BYU, no. Washington, yes, last year's Washington team. Last year's Washington team finished in the top 10 in the country. The Washington State team was a nice little team, but nothing great. Michigan State beat them in the Holiday Bowl. Those Arizona State teams, no. Wake, no. Miami, certainly no. Pitt, Yeah, we'll give Pitt the nod, definitely. They won the ACC. So it's a pretty nice collection of teams there for Michigan State. Good list there, MSU Detroit fan. I like that one. Erica, if you add that segment, you'll be spoilt for choice. Help me out. Somebody help me out. If you add that segment, you'll be spoiled for choice. Man, I need an interpretation, but thank you so much for that, Erica. We appreciate your contribution, of course. And it's always good to see you here. Iowa. Who has Iowa played in the last 10 years that's been any good outside the conference? So Stanford in the Rose Bowl. One of the Iowa State teams that they played, you know what? They didn't even play the good Iowa State team that won the Fiesta Bowl because they didn't play because of the COVID year that year, 2020. So, ouch. Iowa basically has played one of that sort of game, the Stanford game in the Rose Bowl. They played some decent teams, Mississippi State in a bowl game. The last couple of Kentucky teams, The one that they played 2 years ago was better, a better Kentucky team. But that would pretty much be it for Iowa. One game of that echelon in 10 years. That's why we put the games in context. That's why we put the records into context. Oh, thank you. I got you, Erica. It's all coming into focus. I apologize. Yes, it's coming into focus. I would be spoiled. Yes, in other words, you'll have plenty of choices for dumb fan of the day. I could be dumb host of the day for not catching on to your point there, Erica. So I could be dumb host of the day. All right. We wanted to talk some Nebraska, Minnesota here. So, some recent news for the Huskers. Xavier Betts, anytime this happens, I feel a bit saddened because this particular player, Xavier Betts, getting a call from Naples, Florida. Don't know who that is. That Xavier Betts, really talented player, signed with Nebraska, played a little bit, left the team. I think there might have been, I don't want to say this for sure, if there was some kind of suspension involved. Didn't play much, back and forth, just always having issues. And I don't know what his personal life is like. And then he was back in good graces after he left the program. And then he just participates in spring ball and seemingly, according to Matt Rule, was in good standing on the team, and they're 1 week into fall practice and he quit the team again. So what was probably a starting wide receiver for Nebraska, Xavier Betts, has quit the team. Nebraska's got 3 pretty good running backs, Ramir Johnson, Gabe Ervin, who a lot of people like as the best back, and the most productive back has been Anthony Grant. And so that's what the Huskers are going to show up with on that Thursday night. You're going to see a lot of Anthony Grant, who gained almost 1,000 yards last year, and Gabe Ervin. They get a center from Arizona State and Ben Scott, and getting a call in from somebody who should know that it's the Big Ten Live Show right now. All right. Look at your watch. It's a Big Ten Live Show. Don't call Mark. Okay. Ben Scott, Arizona State Center. We talked to Ethan Piper at Big Ten Media Day. He's a guard for Nebraska. And a lot of these guys are very forthright, and you can kind of read into their comments, and more so than their words, you get a feel for where they're at. And as a Nebraska player, you could just tell, because he actually said it at one point, that they're embarrassed. He's embarrassed to be going into his final season thinking we've accomplished really nothing. And to me, I don't state that, because if you're a scholarship athlete at that level, just being able to make the team, play, participate at that level on a Big Ten stage, I think is phenomenal. It's rarefied air. Very few of us would be able to play athletically at that level. So I think that in and of itself is an accomplishment. But of course, we're talking about winning. And Nebraska's won nothing. They have been, wow, just atrocious. In some ways, Nebraska has been the worst Power 5 team of the last 5 or 6 years in some measurements. Now, not necessarily in wins and losses, because Kansas was so bad, Rutgers was so bad, Oregon State at one point so bad, Colorado so bad, but in terms of matching up what Nebraska has done, failed to do in the last 5 or 6 years versus the expectations, versus the tradition and all of that, it is the most failed program in the Power 5 in the last 5 or 6 years. Awful. You know, Ethan Piper said after the Iowa game, he said, I got a feeling finally. He said, we haven't won any kind of series matchup. We have not won any game of significance. He said that was the first taste of winning something where I thought, okay, we finally accomplished something. Had that slight feeling that, okay, we robbed Iowa of going to the Big Ten championship game. We won whatever they call that award. We won something, some kind of trophy. We finally won a trophy. We were 0 for a zillion in the time that he had been there. 0 for a zillion against anything that could be deemed as important. Any Ohio State games, Michigan games, in-division games against meaningful opponents, against Minnesota and Iowa and Wisconsin. 0 for Nebraska. 0 for everything. They finally won something. And he said flat out, we're embarrassed. We're going to work every day thinking, last chance, last hope here for the seniors. This has been embarrassing. So maybe Nebraska comes out and plays with a chip on its shoulders the entire season. Matt Rule is a really good coach. I'm not going to elevate him to the kind of status that maybe some people out there are. I know Nebraska fans are overjoyed to have a competent head coach. He's really good, but I'm not going to elevate him to anything close to Hall of Fame status. I was going to say Hall of Fame status, but actually Hall of Fame status in college football from a coaching standpoint isn't that amazing. Win 60% of your games, go to the Hall of Fame. So the Hall of Fame is kind of the Hall of Good in college football, or the Hall of Above Average when it comes to the coaching ranks. So did John Cooper put together a Hall of Fame career? So Matt Rule, really good. This could basically be, if you look at what Minnesota and Nebraska have put on the field, is Minnesota's won close games. They've not been much better than the teams that they've faced on the field, but they have found ways to win. They play technically sound, poised in the fourth quarter, generally win games that they are in the fourth quarter. When they have lost, they have been outclassed. No, they did blow a game against Iowa to a certain extent, so it's not like they've never lost any close games. But Minnesota's basically, Nebraska and Minnesota's play in recent years has been fairly close. But Nebraska loses all the close games because they make stupid mistakes, stupid penalties, not poised, not fundamental, don't know how to use the clock. Their coaching staff doesn't know what it's doing. Well, those guys are gone. Matt Rule's track record shows us, and again, it's just 2 stops, that he's going to get it turned around. But it doesn't tell us that he's going to get turned around in 1 year, that it's going to be a first-year turnaround. At Temple, it was what? 1 win, 2 wins the first year. Baylor, it was 1 win. I think it was 2-10 at Temple. And it was 1-11 at Baylor in the first year. So in neither case did Matt Rule get it turned around in year 1. Now he's got a lot more talent to work with here, but he also has a much more difficult schedule to deal with here. So Nebraska and Minnesota, it's a really big game because these two teams, if they have any hopes of winning the Western Division, almost have to win this game. The team that loses this game, especially if it's Nebraska, but the team that loses this opening Thursday night is really in a bad spot. And that's considering that the Western Division champion has been a 3-game loser many times. So you don't have to be perfect to win the West. You just got to be slogging through a bunch of 20-17 games against the teams that you're competing against. But if it holds true that Wisconsin and Iowa are the class of the Big Ten Western Division, you can't be losing to Nebraska or Minnesota. Minnesota is about a touchdown favorite, which I think is a bit heavy. But we have to consider anytime the point spread is roughly a touchdown or less, it could be a razor-tight game. Minnesota scores in the last few seconds, and it was 21-all, and they win 28-21. They covered the spread. So anytime the spread's a touchdown or less, then that is the way it could work. You can get backdoored in that situation. But I believe if the two teams would play 50 times, I would take Nebraska in a touchdown and come out on top most of the time. So for Nebraska, again, we mentioned the big backs, Gabe Ervin, Ramir Johnson may get some play, but especially the 1,000-yard back, Anthony Grant. This starting offensive line for Nebraska has got 120 starts with transfers coming in. MJ Sherman's a transfer portal guy from, I thought the same thing, Mike G, when I made that comment, when I stated that. Yeah, it went through all our minds, at least some of us, and I wish it wouldn't. I would say I would love to be able to say that I'm above that, but I'm not. So yeah, it went through my mind too. And then I think I followed that up with the phrase on top right after that. Anyway, Jeff Sims, the quarterback. Jeff Sims is a decent quarterback. He's a good quarterback. He's not a great quarterback until proven otherwise. So Nebraska fans, again, we do our Nebraska show every Tuesday night. And the Nebraska fans, God bless them. God bless you, Nebraska fans. You are so overjoyed and happy to have a good coach, and they drink the Kool-Aid. If Scott Frost was back this year, there would still be plenty of Nebraska fans that would be drinking the Kool-Aid because that's what they do. And that's why they fill that place, and they are blindly loyal and just think everything is going to turn out okay. Marcus Satterfield at South Carolina did nice things with Spencer Rattler in the offense. 65 points against Tennessee. Hello? 45 points in the bowl game against 38 points in the bowl game against Notre Dame. So Marcus Satterfield, offensive coordinator, working with Jeff Sims. We'll see if Jeff Sims is maybe a much better player with slightly better talent around him than he had at Georgia Tech. MJ Sherman may want to wake up the locker room and teach some, maybe some of that Georgia mojo will rub off from the former Bulldog linebacker. No Ernest Hausman. That's a big loss for Nebraska as he takes over at Michigan, adds to their linebacker core. So Michigan gets even stronger at linebacker. Junior Colson, Michael Barrett, Ernest Hausman. They sure could have used Nebraska. Ernest Hausman staying there, but he's gone. So that's my quick thumbnail on Nebraska football. I think the defense is going to still be a work in progress. That's a nice way of saying bad. So bad defense from Nebraska. I don't expect them to be a good defensive team. Are they going to be the worst defense in the country? No. Are they going to be Oklahoma, USC level defense? Well, actually, they're probably not as good athletically, but they will perform a little bit better than that. They won't have those kind of offenses that would challenge them. But Nebraska's defense is not going to be that good. I don't expect them to be that good. They have routinely finished in the bottom 2 or 3 in the Big Ten in pressures and quarterback sacks. And they've shown me nothing, no transfer portal additions, no recruiting that's going to have that kind of impact to make them a team that's going to put the quarterback on the back and go after him on a consistent basis. Nebraska is going to have to win games on offense until proven otherwise. Ethan Kalkimanis might be one of the more intriguing players and one of the more difficult names to pronounce. Now, Kalkimanis, I believe, is the correct way of saying his last name. However, it just doesn't flow out of the mouth. It just doesn't roll off the tongue. Kalkimanis. Okay? 3 touchdowns, 4 picks. They had to cut him loose. Justin Adams, I like that. They had to cut Kalkimanis loose against Wisconsin in order to win that game. And now Minnesota has defeated Wisconsin 2 consecutive years for the first time in forever. And 319 yards passing for Kalkimanis against Wisconsin. Minnesota has a brutal schedule. Ohio State, Michigan, North Carolina out of the conference. But we're just focusing on this week. One game, Thursday night. Couple big additions for Minnesota at running back and wide receiver. Sean Tyler, leading rusher at Western Michigan, comes to Minnesota. And basically under PJ Fleck, if they hand me the football, I'm going to get 4.5 yards per carry. But offensive line losses, they lose one of the best centers in all of college football. Corey Crooms is a Western Michigan wide receiver who gained over 800 yards, and he is now in the Minnesota lineup with Daniel Jackson and Chris Autman-Bell. Brevin Spanford is one of the best tight ends in the country. Minnesota's loaded at wide receiver. Minnesota probably has Minnesota could have, if they play at their very best, the second best wide receiver / tight end room in the Big Ten. I'm going to say it's more like 4th to 5th, but arguably second. Minnesota, yes. The team that has run the football more than any other school in the country in the last 4 or 5 years outside of the military academies. Pass rush was horrible. So we got 2 teams that have not been able to rush the passer in recent years. Cody Lindenberg is a tremendous linebacker, 71 tackles for Minnesota last year. Tyler Nubin, if you like to watch guys operate who don't have the ball in their hands, Tyler Nubin's one of those kind of guys that you'll want to watch. If you're one of these sophisticated fans who doesn't watch the ball, watches other players' positions, and he's a difficult one to watch, obviously being the safeties off the screen much of the time. But Tyler Nubin is one of the very best players in the country at safety for the Gophers. I'm looking at a narrow Minnesota win right now. That's what I'm looking at. A Minnesota win at home in narrow fashion. But if Minnesota cannot get it done on opening night, that may not bode well for the rest of the season, because this is really one where you have to mark it down as a win to have a successful season. You know, we can't see Minnesota losing this game on opening night and then defeating the likes of any semblance of Wisconsin, Iowa, North Carolina, Ohio State, Michigan. My goodness, those are a total of 5 games. They need to win 2 of the 5. And of course, North Carolina is out of conference, not going to affect the conference standing. But I'm going to have to, I keep putting this off in terms of really narrowing down my thoughts about this conference or about anybody in college football in terms of predictions. I know I threw out some prediction videos, but to put it all together, I'm going to have to get this down here soon. Maybe we put out a prediction video with all the predictions, or maybe I just start to slam out some individual team predictions. I don't know what we're going to do there. B Bean, thank you so much for being here. I can always count on you. Thank you for being here. We've got LFG, Erica, Alex, and others. Tim Armstrong's here. Christopher's here. Mike Fort. Good to see everybody. The link is again in the chat. I did a horrible job and I did not leave it in the description section. Just a horrible person. So those are my big takeaways on the Big Ten in week 1. Let's look at this schedule. If I was going to predict these games like now, Minnesota beats Nebraska 27-23. I got to tell you, Central Michigan, what did they do last year? I'm almost positive they went to a bowl game. It is impossible for me to keep Central Michigan, Eastern Michigan, and Western Michigan separated in my mind. Although Eastern Michigan's the school that's they've pulled off the more impressive upsets in recent years. Eastern Michigan, they beat Arizona State, they beat Pitt. But Central Michigan, let's look up Central Michigan here. Toledo's a favorite to win the conference. Phil Steele has Central Michigan finishing 4th in its division. Jim McElwain, of course, is the head coach there at Central Michigan. This will be his 4th season, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 5th season for Jim McElwain at Central Michigan. And Central Michigan has its quarterback back in Daniel Richardson, 15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. The Chippewas went 4-8 last year, 3-5 in the MAC. Played 2 pretty good teams to start the season last year. Lost to Oklahoma State 58-44 and lost to South Alabama 38-24. That Oklahoma State loss was much worse than the final score would indicate. So I don't know that Central Michigan's a great candidate to pull off this upset. I'll go Michigan State 27-16. Then on Saturday, we've got Michigan, East Carolina. I do think that Pirates are a quality Group of 5 team. We saw there should have been win against North Carolina State to open the 22 season, and East Carolina has a lot of productivity coming back. Michigan wins this game 44-13. Utah State, Iowa. I think Utah State gives Iowa some difficulty in the first half. I can see Iowa winning this game 26-10. Fresno State at Purdue. If I could only watch one game in the Big Ten on this Saturday, that's probably the game I would watch. That may be the most competitive game of the day. I'm going to go with Fresno State should win at West Lafayette. That's a toss-up. I'm going to go Fresno State with a win there, like 34-31. Ohio State at Indiana. Expect the Hoosiers to put up a bit of a fight, but man, so inexperienced at quarterback. And when I say put up a fight, like early first half, maybe for a while, Ohio State's going to eventually roll in that game. Let's go 45-17 Buckeyes. Buffalo at Wisconsin. Buffalo, what's the forecast on Buffalo? Need to brush up on the MAC. Maybe I'll read about MAC football all night tonight. I say those kind of things and I never do it. Picked by Phil Steele to finish second in the Eastern Division of the MAC. Wisconsin opening night, jitters, working out the kinks of a new offense, new quarterback, new offensive coordinator, all of that put together. Wisconsin wins the game 30-13. Maryland wipes out Towson. Let's say the Terps get it done 48-10. Penn State, West Virginia. I actually think that the Mountaineers are going to be more competitive in this game on a 7:30 kickoff on NBC, NBC's first Big Ten game. Penn State wins this one 38-20. Toledo at Illinois. There's an upset bid right there. The MAC favorite taking on Illinois. And if we're going to pull the trigger on an upset in week one, that is going to be the one. Let's go. Illinois is a better team. They should win the game. They're at home, but we've got to take some shots at some upsets. So that would be the one right there. Toledo wins 23-21 at Illinois. And then look at this sun. This is beautiful. I love this. This is beautiful. We're going to be watching college football on Sunday, the day before Labor Day, with a noon start on CBS. Gary Danielson at the mic, Northwestern Rutgers. I like stood there in just a bit of shock for about 5 or 10 seconds, taking that in at Big Ten Media Days when Gary Danielson hit the podium to announce one of the coaches and stated that his first game back doing Big Ten football for the first time since 2005 or 6 was going to be the Northwestern Rutgers matchup on CBS on Sunday. That is tremendous. So for those NFL fans that are accustomed to tuning into a CBS NFL game, and maybe they get confused by the calendar and they think the NFL has started a week earlier, they're going to be just stunned and mortified by the level of football that they watch in watching Northwestern and Rutgers. Rutgers wins this game 17-10. All right, let's go to the phone lines. We've got Alex on the line here. Alex, what's going on today?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Alex, what's going
on? There we go. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. What's the good word?
The good word. I like these predictions, so I wouldn't mind just drifting off in the background listening to the next few hours. But I do want to ask you if I'm allowed to break what would be kind of big news, unless you, Mark Rogers, thought this guy is a total, you know what, maybe idiot with the word, and don't trust his information.
No.
Oh, you wouldn't say that. Okay, good. Okay.
Would not say that, Alex. Alex, you're one of our dependable, trusted, and very entertaining callers.
Awesome. That's awesome. All right. So according to, and I'm sure you know this guy quite well, being in the business as long as you have, Zach Smith. Do you know where I'm going here?
Well, yes, I know him.
Okay.
Not just know of him. It's on my speed dial, Zach Smith. Kidding me? I'm not going to say we're best buddies or anything, but if I text, he responds.
Okay.
What did Zach Smith say?
What did Zach Smith say? So his buddies in WAC, I guess he's got still a decent amount of contacts, obviously.
Oh, yes. Better connections than I do.
Okay, well, what? Okay, so he just dropped on his show, having talked to a few people today, that according to coaches in the WAC, they truly believe Devin is going to win the
Hmm.
Heisman.
Win the
Their words,
Heisman. Well,
win literally those words. I don't think
okay.
Zach is doing his drugs these days. So literally those words. And the second statement was Kyle threw 5 interceptions. So I don't know. It's looking good for us Devin lovers.
Well,
So yeah,
hmm. Okay. So I'll say a few things. Uh,
definitely.
I
Sorry.
would in no way come against Zach Smith's football knowledge. Absolutely. I would in no way go against his contacts because obviously he coached there for 5 or 6 years and would know those people that have that kind of insight and are able to watch every practice. The media only gets to see a
Sure.
little bit. So a lot of people go crazy when somebody throws an interception and they think, that's the end of the world and that guy's going to hit the bench. But when you throw out so we don't know when when we hear the report that a particular quarterback threw an interception in practice, we have no idea unless we get to see it on videotape or some kind of explanation whether it was his fault or it could have been receiver has the ball hit him right in the chest and pops up in the air and gets picked off. But when you throw out the term 5, well, it's kind of impossible to throw 5 interceptions and have them all be somebody else's fault. So that's a pretty stark number.
So let's say 1 or 2 or 3, but just the fact that they were just like
5.
jaw, but well, 5,
Oh,
yes, but then
oh, so
jaw,
you don't know if it
right?
was 5.
No. He said 5. He
Oh, it
said
was
5,
5. Okay.
but just the fact that they had their jaw on the ground saying
Yeah.
like Heisman. No, not about Kyle, about
Yeah.
Devin
Devin
saying
Brown.
the word Heisman was like, oh wow, you know,
Well, of
oh
course,
wow.
Heisman Trophy, that's a whole other deal, and who
That
knows?
no, and, and
But
and whatever they,
basically just making the point that he looks that good that he's going to win
right,
this job
correct.
and be a great Ohio State quarterback.
Wow. Oh, us Devin freaks, which I am definitely one. I will own that, Devin. If you're watching this, dude, you are our man. Anyways, I was just floored. This came out like 4 hours ago. I was like, oh my
Is he
god.
your man for any other reason than just believing he's a better quarterback?
I really think he's a great. I think he's a great leader. I think he's a really good leader. I think when you see him talk, how you doing? When you see him talk, he's so like just I want to do this. And I think that's like intoxicating for the team. To have that kind of guy that gets in and just guys, we're gonna make this happen. Like wow, that's crack cocaine for players. It really is. I just think I think he's the best. McCord is a nice guy, but he's kind of Devin's
Okay, well, you
he's
cut
power,
out
he's
there.
fire.
So you're basically telling us that McCord's more nonchalant and doesn't really take
Right,
charge of the huddle. He's not
right.
a guy that really looks like, he's going to breathe fire and, really take
Yeah,
command
that's all.
of the game.
And I just think Brown is like just amazing. We haven't had a guy like that in I don't know how long. Maybe Troy, was the last guy. Maybe did Troy a fire? I don't know. But
Yeah.
but that he has that fire. It's great. That's why I love him. It's like wow, like you really want to do things here. That's great. Take the ball, please. um. So, but yeah, I don't know. I just want to unleash this on Buckeye Nation because I don't know. It's crack cocaine for me right now. Just amazing. Wow.
It sounds like it. Well, I trust Ryan Day to make the right
Yeah.
choice.
And what do we have?
I
Like
really
five, six
do.
days. What
And I
what are we
think
waiting?
that if they didn't believe that one of those two was the right quarterback, that they would have been in the transfer portal, a la Nick Saban in the spring.
We'll find out in what 5 days, 6 days. It's not even that long. So all this hopium from me right now is almost irrelevant because it's literally 5, 6, 7. So, I mean, right? I mean, you assume he's going to come out in about 6 days and say something, right?
Yeah, if somebody clearly wins the job, unless he's in a Jim Harbaugh
Oh
kind of
yeah,
state
right.
where, okay, they need to battle it out against Indiana, and we need to find this out by Notre Dame, and let's
Right.
just let these guys perform with the bullets firing at them, and let's see it that way. Then, unless it's that kind of situation, I would expect Ryan Day would not want to wait right before the game to make that announcement. That it would be like, yeah, like a week out, 10 days out, and say, oh, because they also want to tell the team. They don't want to tell the team, most likely, if they've made a decision, don't want to tell the team 2 days before the game, hey, Devin Brown's won the starting quarterback job. I don't think. I think that they want to know and have the team practice for a week knowing, okay, we're going with Devin. He's the guy. We're going with him, and we're going to practice this final week going into the first game. Devin Brown's going to take all the ones, and he's the guy. I would think that that's what they're going to do.
They're not going to. Yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think Day may be also doing this to kind of keep what I think maybe. I'm just a Devin fanatic, so I'm probably not going to even hear that there's some sort of like, battle still going on. I think a lot of people are out there like me, to be honest. I think like 80% of the chatters and the writers are not the writers, like us writers, just going on about how, Devin's the man. We got to have Devin. I mean, I don't know. And I respect people that still think, McCord, whatever. I understand, but I don't know. Okay. So I unleashed that. And of course, what happens in 6 days? Of course, Zach could be totally wrong. And then I'm going to eat the biggest crow on the planet. So, but anyways, I hope that doesn't happen. And that's that. So I hope it's real. Because if
Well,
it is, honestly, John, you know the deal, John. He's only said it 10,000 times. If Devin's playing, who's going to win? Sorry.
I would love to be able to go to practice every day and get on here and tell everyone what it looks like, but I don't know. We
No, I
do know
know.
that Devin Brown is a more dynamic runner, and so he would provide the offense with that element.
All right, so I'm going to sit in the background and let any other host come in because I like these prediction shows. They're freaking fun. Is that possible? Can I sit in the background?
Of course, you can sit in the background. I
Awesome.
don't
I
I
like these
don't know why
prediction
that's
shows.
any
They're really.
different than just listening to the show, but that's fine.
Oh,
That's
okay.
completely up to you.
Okay.
That no harm. You can sit in the background. Absolutely.
Sweet.
We're going to
Sweet.
warn you, Alex, that our next caller is a Michigan fan.
Oh boy.
All right.
If
So we
it's
got a
Fort, it's
Michigan
cool because
State
I love
coming up
Fort.
here. Here we go. All
If
right,
it's Fort, it's
Alex. Thanks for
okay.
calling.
What? I'm still here.
All right. So we heard it from Alex, and I saw this in the chat here in the last day that somebody put that coming from Zach Smith's show that he was hearing good things from Devin Brown. Good reports on Devin Brown from practice. And I'll say this for Zach Smith. When we talked to Zach Smith right after Jeff Sims transferred to Nebraska, I didn't even intend on talking to Zach Smith about Jeff Sims. We were just kicking around different stuff in the Big Ten. And I mentioned Jeff Sims, and he said, Jeff Sims is going to be the starting quarterback in Nebraska. And I said, really? I said, Casey Thompson had a decent season. And I just always considered Casey Thompson a slightly better quarterback than Jeff Sims, not by a lot. Didn't think there was some great distinction between the two. But I just, once that move was made by Jeff Sims to Nebraska, I thought, okay, here we go. Quarterback battle. And Zach Smith pretty much shut it down to say, the coaches that I know that are at Nebraska say Jeff Sims is going to be the starting quarterback. And this was right after he transferred. He'd only just shown up on campus. And within a couple weeks, Casey Thompson, even before they started spring practice, transferred. So I will say that. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here at the Voice of College Football. keep in mind the Amazon links in the description section of all the videos. Please, folks, just understand this. If you use the Amazon link and for whatever reason, I don't know what this would be, it gives you some kind of problem and it makes the shopping experience not comfortable or whatever the issue would be, because I don't know what that would be, because we've tested it out with dozens of people, is going to be the same shopping experience. But you have to use the link from, this is something else we discovered here in the last few weeks in communicating with people that know YouTube, that the link has to come directly from YouTube. So for example, I cannot like text somebody the link and say, use this link. They will not honor that because of tracking purposes and otherwise. So you have to go into the description section of the video, grab the link, and then please use that when you shop on Amazon. We appreciate that. All right, let's keep it going here at the Voice of College Football. We've got first the Ohio State angle. Now we go to Michigan. Go Blue. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, man?
Not too much. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I am doing well.
It's interesting hearing the QB talk from Ohio State, man. It kind of reminds me of Michigan a little bit last year. With that QB talk. The main difference, though, being we haven't really seen too much of these guys play, especially Devin Brown. Now, I get it. You hear a kid talk. He sounds confident. He gives you that energy. But you can sound all you want. You got to see how he performs on the field. Now, people say the same thing about JJ, right? JJ sounds confident, all these things, but at least we saw flashes at the college level. Let's hold the horses. Let's see who they named the starter. They named Devin Brown. Let's see how he plays. I think there's that's just my take on it, man. I think that people just need to. I get it, they're fans, but we haven't even seen Devin Brown really play.
I completely agree with you. We have not seen him play, but we are not going to see him play until he actually does play. So there are no preseason games, and we don't get to go to practice. And we got our Ohio State guys that come on here, and we do our Buckeye show every week, and they get to see a little bit. They get to see quite a bit. They went to a scrimmage. They get to see a practice about once a week. So they get some, so they can report on what they see, and they're insiders there. But at the same time, we got to make some kind of speculation, some kind of determination before we see them, especially guys like me that need to predict what's going to happen this season. And my money's on Ohio State. And I know that sounds like a homer, but I've got that they just have too strong of a track record for me to think, number one, if they didn't think that they had the quarterback for this season, they would have been in the transfer portal, just like Notre Dame, just like Alabama, just like a few other schools at that level that went and got a quarterback. So they didn't do that. Number two, again, the line of quarterbacks that they've produced in this offense has been pretty remarkable. So I got to think that they believe whoever wins this job is going to get the job done and throw up a typical 35, 40 touchdown season with single digit interceptions and 3,500 to 4,000 yards.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Look, I don't think that they're going to have a bad QB situation. I don't know what the QB situation is. I think it's going to be good regardless. But here's what I will say. Just because they'll have a good, stable QB situation doesn't mean that there isn't going to be maybe a slight drop-off, because the excellence has been so high that even a slight drop-off is still good by normal standards. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So I don't think they're going to have a bad QB situation. They might not have the historic, crazy offense they've had the past couple of years. I think they'll still have a great offense, but or they might have a historic offense. I don't know, but I think that the margin is either historically great or top 15, top 20 offense, regardless. That's how I look at it. I don't question the QB situation at all. I don't know. I think some of the things I've heard from – what have you heard? Have you mainly heard McCord? Is Zach Smith really the only one that's reported the Devin Brown thing? What's the story there?
Well, yes. I made the statement after this. We had our three Ohio State guys on here, Kevin Noon, Steve Hellwagon, Tony Gerdeman, for our weekly Buckeye show last week. They They made it to 2 practices at that point. They were allowed to 2 practices. One was a full deal scrimmage, no contact with the quarterback, but a full scrimmage. And, well, I'll say it wasn't full contact, but they're wrapping guys up like a spring game. And after they talked and I got their observations, I said, this sounds like this is a competition. However, it sounds like Kyle McCord is the quarterback of this team. Like, for example, it sounds like Ryan Day wants this to vet out and go through the entire process and fall camp, but that they know that Kyle McCord is the starting quarterback. And one of them at least kind of confirmed that and said, yeah, I think that's what it has that look and feel when we're at practice.
Now here's a scenario, right?
Yes.
Let's say McCord's the better passer than Brown. He's shown that in practice. But there's O-line, but there's also they're seeing O-line issues. And maybe part of the equation is, even though McCord's he's a superior passer, maybe they're having some legitimate O-line issues, and they're part of their reason is Devin Brown has that escapability, so we're having a tough time. Even though we think McCord's the guy, we gotta keep it closer, because if this O-line shows that it has issues throughout the season, we gotta be able to pull that ripcord.
Gotcha.
And make an adjustment. That I think that could be part of it too.
Well, if I'm Ohio State and we're having offensive line issues protecting the quarterback, and I go into the season, I'm thinking, we got Notre Dame game 4. We're going to focus on improving pass protection for 3 weeks and leave Kyle McCord in the game, and he's going to be the starting quarterback. Even though Devin Brown gives us a little bit better chance, we should handle these 3 opponents, and we've got to develop our offensive line. We've got 3 games to do it and 3 weeks to do it.
Yeah, because I don't know how much I put weight into that practice they had, because it sounded like it was right before a scrimmage. Maybe it wasn't full juice. They didn't have full juice going. But it sounded like the offensive line, the first team offensive line was doing all right. But it sounded like they were having some issues with like some simple plays and like some simple pass protection. So I don't know. I'm excited to see how it plays out, man. I don't think they're going to really struggle in terms of quarterback. I just don't know if it's going to be at quite that astronomical level. And even if it's not, that's okay. Like, I don't think it's the end of the world if they have a QB that, maybe doesn't put up 40 touchdowns, but puts up 30, I don't think it's the end of the world.
Well,
I just think
it's not the end of the world against Rutgers and against whoever else, but it's the end of the world against the 4 quality opponents they play, and they're going to need, and they need their quarterback more than Michigan needs its quarterback. And Michigan, for right this second, has a better quarterback, or a more trustworthy quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, because it remains to be seen what they got going on. But in terms of Michigan, man, it's hard to even talk about Michigan because they just don't have too many question marks. So, like, in the offseason, like, what is there to talk about with Michigan? Like, at least with Ohio State and teams like, that most teams, we could talk about position battles and things like that. I guess the biggest topic with Michigan is really just the Jim Harbaugh situation and maybe that second corner spot. But other than that, it's kind of boring talking about Michigan. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah.
So,
I think Ohio State's potentially a better team if they put it all together. I think Ohio State's a better team, but they got to thread a needle, where I'm more confident that Michigan's going to contend for and win a Big Ten championship than Ohio State. I think they've got a higher floor. Like you say, I don't have any questions about Michigan's team, except how good are their wide receivers going to be, and can they find multiple cornerbacks that are going to play well against good receivers?
Yeah, no, I feel that. Yeah, I don't got too many questions. I guess the main thing is, like, does JJ take that leap? If he does, if JJ takes that leap and the receivers are as good as last year, and if not better, I really don't see how anyone could beat Michigan, at least in the Big Ten. I just don't. I mean, because you're talking about pretty much the same team from last year. It's going to be deeper. If JJ is able to really, iron out some things, improve himself, and the receivers are as good, if not better, it's just tough to really see holes with this team. Besides maybe that second corner spot. That second corner spot is just such a weakness that teams can exploit that. I just have a tough time really picking against them in the Big Ten. That's just me, though. That's just me.
Okay, let's look at it this way. Let's say, and I completely agree with you. I don't see the weaknesses with Michigan. I don't see known weaknesses with Ohio State, but just question marks that could be weaknesses. Let's say
True.
both of these teams live up to their reasonable expectations. Their quarterback plays equal.
Okay.
In my estimation, if they live up to expectations. I'm not talking about what the odds are. The odds are on Michigan's side, heavily on Michigan's side, because of the year and a half of experience of JJ McCarthy and zero experience from the Ohio State quarterback. So I'm not talking about a floor. I'm talking about ceiling, and I'm talking about reasonable ceiling. So let's say Kyle McCord's extremely good. He's another, or Devin Brown, right in line with Ohio State level quarterback play. Okay, that's a wash. And then you put the receivers, and there's no question that Ohio State's passing game is much better. Okay, Michigan's is good, but Ohio State's is the best in the country. Okay, are you with me?
Oh, I'm with you. Yeah, of course.
If they're playing to their potential. Okay, their running backs. If Travion Henderson, Dallin Hayden, those two dudes in particular play to their potential, then they're not far behind the two Michigan backs. Like, I think Ohio State's got a better running back room 1 through 5 than Michigan, but the thing is, you don't need 5 running backs.
Oh, no.
You only need 2, and Michigan's got the 2 best.
Yeah, 100%. I guess the main things I need to see from Ohio State is, one, I got to see that O-line play. I just have to see the O-line play. I'm not going to make it too big of a decision until I see the O-line, because I feel like their system is very dependent on good to elite pass protection, unless they change up the system. But that's another thing. I want to see if, with the difference in coordinator that they have, if they change up some things. Maybe they do, try to, lean on that run more this year. If they do things like that, then, to me, it might sway me a little bit. But if they continue with the same type of game plan that they've been using the past 2 years, I just have a tough time seeing it, because I don't, unless McCord reaches, a crazy level, if he even matches JJ, I don't think you can match JJ. I think you got to be better than JJ, because what's his name? CJ Stroud was better than JJ. Has been a better quarterback than JJ. He was a better quarterback in 21. It didn't matter. And to me, it's not really a talent thing. It's more of a matchup thing. It's a matchup thing to me. So you could have all the talent in the world, but if you're not really, so let's say change their philosophy a little bit, to me, I just don't see them matching up well at the end of the day. That's just how I look at it. That's just how I look at it. But yeah, that's it for that. Appreciate it, Mark. I'll let you get some more calls, man.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate the call, man. All right. The real MVP quoted me in the chat as making a statement that I made by mistake. If anybody can pick up on that, we will give you a gold star for the day. But I did not say that intentionally. Okay, we'll say that. I was tricked into saying that by the caller. All right. Anyway, Mike G makes the comment here. Mark, I know that you think that Ohio State is more, quote, talented. They are. And I don't mind Michigan fans taking offense to that, just saying, what's it matter about your stupid recruiting rankings? We whipped you on the field 2 consecutive years. Totally get that. Totally understand your point. But don't forget that the Michigan transfer portal was an overdrive this offseason. Yes, it is. I'm not just talking about recruiting rankings. Michigan, let's not completely say there's a 100% guarantee that their offensive line is going to be just as good as it was last year. They lost arguably the best center in the country. And then they also lost Ryan Hayes, who was arguably their best offensive lineman other than Oluwatimi. So I don't know. There's that. Yeah, Ohio State's more talented than Michigan. I'm sorry. That's my view. That's my take. That doesn't mean they're better. We have all sorts of examples of Kansas State beating Oklahoma, let's say, and they're not as talented. Of teams beating Texas, and they're not as talented. So that doesn't mean you're a better team. And yes, people throwing out comments about I know who Michigan picked up in the transfer portal. Yes, I know who they picked up in the transfer portal. Totally understand that. Yes, I don't know that they're as good as the people they're replacing. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, but it's not going to be fun until the last weekend of November, unless Ohio State, it's more likely Ohio State gets tripped up a few times or once than it is Michigan. Michigan's playing a very crappy, non-distinct schedule. It's not their fault. Well, you know what? It is their fault. They didn't schedule a non-conference game, or they scheduled UCLA and they canceled. So it is Michigan's fault that they play a crappy schedule. But it's not their fault because they're not forced to, and they don't have to. They can do whatever they want. And that's another issue with college football. And the issues with college football is because people need to be forcing these schools to play decent schedules, and they don't. Michigan's playing no one. It's really disgusting and horrible. It's just a horrible quality of the sport that the University of Michigan can play absolutely no one in non-conference play and get away with that. It's moronic. I wish I could come up with other ways to describe it that is harsher than that. It's stupid. It's moronic. It's idiotic. It's not fair. It's not good for the sport. It's just dumb. It's dumb. There are other teams in this sport that are playing too difficult non-conference games. There are teams like Louisville playing Notre Dame and Kentucky and Indiana. They're playing 3 Power 5 games and 2 of them against good quality opponents. That makes absolutely no sense. It's moronic. And Michigan, do I blame Michigan? Yes, they should have a little bit more pride than that to play a decent non-conference schedule. And I will be 1 year from now, I will be bashing Ohio State for doing the same thing because they canceled Washington. Now we know why. And Michigan canceled UCLA, but Michigan canceled UCLA before they joined the conference. So I don't know why UCLA needed to be canceled. Ohio State canceled Washington. They're joining the conference. So we talked about that at the time. Is this a precursor to what could be happening between Washington and Oregon in the Big Ten? Yes, it is. They joined. So Ohio State's got one of those kind of non-conference schedules next season. But again, they canceled Washington, and we know why. The real MVP's on the line. What's going on?
Oh, Mark, I was just enjoying that great point. I would even go further than what you said. I think it's encouraged and rewarded for playing nobody in non-conference games.
It is. Yeah.
So
Michigan has a better shot of going to the playoffs than Ohio State because they don't play anybody non-conference. And they're not going to get docked for that in any such way.
Right. And I think it's a travesty of the sport. But, hey, as long as it's the system you're under, you got to do what you got to do. So
Ohio State starts the season here, number 3 in the country in the AP, and Michigan's number 2. And unless Michigan struggles against these sisters of the poor and Ohio State just like goes to Notre Dame and just blows them off the face of the earth, that's not going to change. They're going to continue to sit at number 2 and Ohio State number 3 based on what? Them being at number 2 and Ohio State at number 3, and we just don't change things like that. And it doesn't matter. It's going to come down to who wins the game at the end. But still, it's a matter of principle that the team that's performing better against better teams should be ranked higher.
You're absolutely right, Mark. You're absolutely right. Now, I want to talk about the top 25 with the Big Ten, okay? I see two teams from the top 25 that I don't think are going to be there at the end of the year, and that's
Okay.
Wisconsin and Iowa.
Oh, both
I
of them.
don't,
Okay.
yes. I don't, Iowa, the number being at 7.5 and the number not moving at all, despite I haven't heard anybody say the under's going to hit, makes me think the computers know something we don't know. So I actually expect Iowa to go 7-5 this year. I don't know why, but it's just what the computers tell us. So I'm
Well,
just
we'll
going
know
based off.
why, because they won't be able to move the ball down the field.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough, Mark.
'Cause
But
they'll be losing 14-10 to everyone.
right. Well, I know Erica Goldberg's already upset in the chat saying they are going to do better than 7-5. Well, listen, hopefully for their sake they will be. But those computers, man, you go with the computers or the public. Usually the computers get it right the majority of the time. Correct, Mark?
They do. Oh, way over the public. I don't listen to the public at all.
Okay. I'm just making sure. There's a reason the Vegas hotels keep getting bigger and bigger, right?
Yes. Bigger and taller and fancier all the time. And for as much as I greatly respect and enjoy and love everybody here that participates, and of course, I am not here getting anything done without all of you. I need somebody to talk to and talk college football. I try to do my very best to have none of you sway my opinion on anything, unless you make a logical point. Obviously, if people come on here and make really good points, but I'm talking about making predictions on games. No, I do not gain my advice from callers and viewers to the channel. No, not at all.
Fair enough. Exactly right. Now, I think Wisconsin's going to start out struggling because they're going to change basically their entire philosophy. So I think there's going to be a transition period. Yep. I actually think they're going to lose to Washington State to start off the season. Okay. And I think it's going to go slightly downhill from there. I think there'll be an 8-4 team. They could finish like at 25, but I think they'll be one of those teams that just misses the top 25. They'll finish around like 27, 28, something like that.
Okay. So they're going to go, what is that? Is that 7-5 as well?
8-4.
8-4. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they play Ohio State. That's
8-4 put you on the edge of 25 status.
Right. Unfortunately for them, I think they're just going to be left out. Now, the highest ranked team, I know you do this, the highest ranked team I see this season not making the top 25 is Florida State. I know they're not a Big Ten team, but I just don't understand the hype with Florida State at all. I could see 7-5, 6-6 type season for Florida State. Okay. I mean,
I see any team that any of us throw out there as a top 10 team currently that we say we're not going to that we can see not making the final rankings is going to sound kind of outlandish and ridiculous. But again, history shows us that this is what happens every year. So it's going to be somebody, unless it's just a aberration of a season, that it's going to be somebody. And I went through the last 3 football seasons, 2021, 22, and there were 3 preseason top 10 teams each season, 3 of them that did not finish in the top 10.
Right. Brett McMurphy had a tweet on this earlier today. He said every year for the past 21 seasons, except for 2019, at least one preseason top 10 team finished unranked. Last year, it was 3 with Texas A&M, Baylor, and Oklahoma.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, it's been three the last 3 years.
Right. Getting to 3 is hard, Mark. Getting to 3 is hard.
Yeah.
If there were 3, it would be. I would go with the bottom 3, which is Florida State, Clemson, and Washington.
Yeah.
But
I agree. Although Clemson, Florida State obviously play, so somebody's going to win a big game, and I wouldn't think both of them would go south. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but it's hard to figure out anybody else that could fall completely out.
But yeah, Washington, I can't think off the top of my head who they don't play in the Pac-12, but they've got a run of some semblance of USC, Oregon State, Washington State, UCLA. so they could lose those games. Maybe they go out to East Lansing and lose. Who knows? Maybe.
Maybe crazier things have happened.
Sure.
And I'm looking at the schedule you got pulled up there on your screen. Okay, I see a few upsets there. Fresno State over Purdue is it's the most likely.
If that's an upset.
If that's an upset. I actually think Utah State over Iowa is the next most likely, just because of Iowa's style of play.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh boy, wouldn't that be something? We'll have a lot brewing here if Iowa loses that opener against Utah State.
Yeah, I know. Well, isn't Kane McNamara got a soft tissue injury or something like that?
I don't know. You mean a new injury?
Yeah, I thought I heard from Corey a few days ago that Kane McNamara has a soft tissue injury.
Okay.
So I don't know if he's going to start week 1 of the season or not. So that could, all really change the dynamics of that game.
Yeah, I am eyeing the Toledo, Illinois game as a possible upset.
I could see that. I would just feel so bad for Illinois because those are one of those teams. It's a feel-good story, They're normally in the gutter. They had a great year last year. I would just hate to immediately see them go back in the gutter. So, but you're probably right.
Yeah, Toledo's the MAC favorite.
Well, Northern Illinois was last year, and they didn't do well last year. So,
and Illinois Northwestern, those kind of teams in the Big Ten West have history of losing to MAC schools.
You're right. You're right. Now, can you scroll to the next week of games?
In the Big Ten or overall?
Yeah. Big Ten. Let's just do the Big Ten.
So the next week we've got, I'm going to have to go up here and go to week 2. And then I think it's going to give us all the games. No, those are just Big Ten games. Yeah, here we go. Week 2. You got a couple games on a Friday night. I really like that Illinois-Kansas game. I think that's going to be a fun one on Friday night.
Agreed. Completely agree. Is that all the games, or is there any more below that?
There are more games. So below that line, we've got those games.
Okay. Eastern Michigan versus Minnesota, Mark. Okay.
Yep.
That's one that jumps out to me.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Well, who else? UTEP versus Northwestern. Is that even considered an upset?
I don't know what the Vegas is going to do with Northwestern and its point spreads. I don't know if what they're going to do there, but yeah, in terms of upsets, Nebraska is a 10-point favorite at Colorado.
Oh, wow. That low.
Oh, that low.
Yeah, I don't expect Colorado to be great at all this year. So,
okay.
3-9, 2-10 type team. So,
this could be a rough week for the Big Ten. And it's really not that daunting of a schedule, but Purdue could lose at Virginia Tech, and Iowa could lose at Iowa State, and Wisconsin could lose, as you say, at Pullman against Washington State, and there could be an upset with Minnesota and Eastern Michigan.
Even Temple Rutgers. Hey, yep. Temple could pull it off.
I think Rutgers beat them either last year or the year before, like 12-10.
What a score! Four field goals.
I don't know for sure. I did not partake of that game. I just remember the score.
So you're telling me if Iowa loses to Iowa State, they could potentially start off 0-2. That's what we're looking at if they lose to Utah State. Can you imagine the narrative around Iowa if they were to start 0-2? Would Brian Ferentz be fired at that point, or would they still keep him to the end of the season?
Oh, they're keeping him. They're keeping him. He's not getting fired. No.
Oh, Okay.
I'm guessing your favorite game of the week, and I'm stepping outside Big Ten territory, but I guess I can do that. It's my channel, is the Florida-Utah game.
Oh, yeah, that's the most anticipated game. I mean, I can just hold that bag all over the Pac-12 for another year. That would be great. I want Cam Rising to be in that game, though. Because if Cam Rising's out, I mean, it's like kind of like what Ohio State's been doing against Georgia. They're just going to complain about the injuries.
Yes.
So I want Cam Rising to be in there. I see we got some super chats rolling in, Mark.
Look at this. Lemansky's coming after you. So here it is, the real. He says, MVP, do you follow the SEC or just the Big Ten? Start following bowl games. Hawks just won a bowl game versus the SEC and kept them scoreless.
Well, if I remember, Mark, correctly, last year, Kentucky and Iowa went 1-1 last year.
Mm-hmm. They did.
So I don't understand, wouldn't you expect two teams with similar records finishing similar in the standings to go 500 against one another?
Yeah. I would love to be able to give more weight to these bowl games. I do love the bowl games, and I still will even this year, but Will Levis didn't play, and I don't even remember if Iowa had anyone significant miss the game, but Kentucky probably had other players miss the game. And yeah, Iowa won the game 21-0, but they played the year before and Kentucky won the game.
So, it wasn't the year before. It was the same year.
Yes, it was the same calendar year. Yes, it was.
That's the same year. Hey, 2022 is the same year.
Erica believes that you just don't like Iowa.
Oh, yeah. I just don't like Iowa. That's the thing. I'm just here, Mark, every call I'm just ripping Iowa from top to bottom, explaining how their offense is terrible. Every single call, Mark.
What was the count between the SEC and the Big Ten last year? I think it was like 3-2, 3-1.
Yeah, I think 3-2.
3-2.
Yeah. But the SEC won all the ones that, the heavier weighted games at the top. So.
Georgia, Ohio State, of course, that's the one that really mattered. And Mississippi State beat Illinois.
LSU, Purdue.
LSU, Purdue. Yeah. So that was 3. And then, yes, Penn State beat Auburn and Iowa, Kentucky. Okay, 3-2. All right. Not a bad showing for the Big Ten. But, yeah, that Ohio State game would have really swung it.
Mm-hmm.
But
do we have any more super chats rolling in, Mark?
We do. We've got Nick who says, Mark, what's your thought about Harbaugh and Cheeseburger Gate? The NCAA is embarrassing itself by violating their own bylaws. How hot will Ryan Day's seat realistically get if he loses a third to the University of Michigan? I don't know that I can speak intelligently to this whole Harbaugh Cheeseburger Gate. I believe that he originally was targeted by the NCAA more for evading and criticizing and complaining and refusing to cooperate than the actual violations themselves. I think it was the NCAA being shunned and offended by his disregard for their authority and just completely putting them off and thinking, I'm bigger than you. I'm ignoring you. I'm not cooperating with you. And that's why they came after him. But then when it all came through the wash, again, I would have to look into what the explanation was for the rescinding of the 4-game suspension. So the NCAA, they're supposed to be, by definition of their role, they are supposed to be a governing body over the sport. But what they've become, and this was a long time ago, this isn't recently, is nothing but a disciplinary committee. That's what they are. They just discipline. They don't lead. They should be taking hold of the transfer portal and NIL and conference realignment. They should be involved in all of that. and trying to do what's best for the sport and leading this sport. But they just discipline. They just pick up on rumors and are given leads, and then they follow through on them, investigate them, and usually unfairly or inconsistently is a better word, come down with rulings against coaches and programs. That's what they've been relegated to.
Completely agree.
Lemansky coming back with this one. Think of Kentucky losses if not coached by a former Hawkeye.
They would be quite plentiful. But hey, we don't have to worry about that. So
yeah, that's
what do we got, Mark? A top 10 coach?
Kentucky near top 10. Yeah, I think he's in that range. It could be argued. I've got him technically just outside of the top 10, I believe, but he's in that range. I have great respect for Mark Stoops.
Yeah, I think he's had one of the greatest turnarounds in football history. I mean, from where Kentucky was.
Let me ask you this, Darrell. Do you believe that there is hope, legitimate hope, that Kentucky can break through?
Define that for me.
Go to a college football playoff. There's your breakthrough.
Gosh, no.
Go to a 12-team college football playoff.
No.
No?
Absolutely not.
Not go 9-3 with some really impressive wins in that conference and get to a playoff.
They would probably have to beat either Georgia, Bama, Oklahoma, or Texas, and then not drop any other games. And then it's not just about being in the top 12 because of the guaranteed playoff spots. They'd probably be closer to the top 10.
Yeah.
And is a 9-3 SEC team even going to be in the top 10?
Well, that would be the league to do it in. And they have to be, there could be 4 SEC teams on a fairly regular basis reach the playoff. So
I agree.
SEC.
I agree with that. It's just I think it's going to be taken primarily by Bama, Georgia, LSU, Texas, Oklahoma, those teams. Do you disagree with that?
I thought about producing a video where we look at the new teams entering these conferences and project going forward what is going to be the composite record of all these teams in the SEC, let's say in the next 10 years or 5 years, and who is going to win championships, who's going to go to playoffs. What does the projection look like? Yeah, you're right. The odds are against Kentucky ever going to the playoff, even with an expansion, but it's possible. They've shown that they can win 9 or 10 games in a season.
Right, but even that 2018 Kentucky team, I think they finished, 16th in the country before the Citrus Bowl or something like that?
Yeah.
And then they won and they moved to, 12 or 11?
Yeah, you can't look at the final ranking. I get your point. Obviously, they have to accomplish that before the postseason. They got to be that high. Yep.
Right. I think we got another super chat coming in from Nick.
All right, Nick. What do you got for us, Nick? There we go. Nick says Kentucky goes 3-9 this year easily. Talentless.
Can I say 2 things about that, Mark?
Go to it.
Is that Kentucky's schedule, if they go 3-9, that means they're most likely only beating Ball State, Eastern Kentucky, and Akron. And they're going to lose to Vanderbilt, Florida, Missouri, all these horrible, these bad teams or mediocre teams at best. Yeah. I mean, that would be pitiful and awful, first off. And second off, Michigan podcast host Steve Dace, did you see his talent rankings he provided? He does them every year.
Yes, I don't know them offhand, even though I think we did a show on them, actually. He sent them to me, and we usually go through them. Yes, of course I did.
Well,
Yes.
Kentucky was the 13th most talented team, according to him.
In the country.
Yeah, in the country.
Well, let's see here.
So, listen. And he's a Michigan fan. He isn't a SEC homer. He isn't a Kentucky fan. He's a Michigan fan. He says Kentucky's the 13th most talented team in the country.
And you may not completely agree with his takes on all of that, but he puts a lot of work into that. He's just not spitballing that stuff. He ranks players and then ties the talent composite to, of course, the original recruiting ranking. But then if players are better than the recruiting ranking and have different levels of statistics or all conference status, then he raises them to a 4-star or a high 4-star. So it's an elaborate system that he's put together. So he's just not spitballing this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mark. You're absolutely right. So I was surprised by that, being that high in the first place, but I'll take it. I mean, it just shows me if Kentucky was in the Pac-12, the Big 12, or the Big 10 West even, they can make the college football playoff this year. But unfortunately for them being in the SEC West, I mean the SEC East, it's a tough road to go down. So
yeah, I'm trying to find those. I can't find the email with oh, here we go. Let's see what he's got. Here we go. Yeah, Kentucky. Kentucky, is this year's? This might be the email that he sent me. So this was back. Maybe he dropped Kentucky after this. At this point, he had them at 11.
I could have misremembered. I'll take 11, 13. I mean, it's basically the same thing to me.
Yeah. So this was back, and he constantly adjusts these. So this might be before spring practice and maybe another move in the transfer portal. But at this point, this was his rankings of talent. Yes. Alabama, Georgia, Michigan. Yeah. Ohio State had like its lowest talent total, according to Steve, in a number of years. And there's Kentucky.
Yeah. A shout out to them being ahead of Clemson, by the way. Shout out to that.
Yes. And Texas A&M. Nice.
Right. Yeah. USC, the University of Southern California.
That.
I saw Tim Prangley in the chat earlier. I would like to hear his take that Kentucky's more talented than the University of Southern California. Because I was watching his show yesterday with Rick, the Trojans Conquest show, and he was saying they're going 15-0. Not even talented as Kentucky, though, according to these rankings. I'd like to see that circle squared.
I would love to see a debate between Tim and Steve Dace.
Oh, you can make that happen, Mark. You're the only person on planet Earth that can make that happen.
Well, I usually don't take credit for much, but I probably am the only person. I don't know if they have any other connections besides me.
Yeah. I'm going to actually ask you about that. I know during the middle of the offseason, you had Steve Dace on for a bit. He kind of fell off for a bit because, it was the offseason. You weren't getting as many views as you were expecting. Are you planning on bringing him back?
There have been a number of times that you have brought things up like this that I think, bingo, thank you. I got so much running through my head and so many things that I forget, but you are exactly right. That is something that I need to pursue for the season. And here we are 2 weeks out. That yes, at the time, based on just some agreements that Steve and I had, it just unfortunately didn't make sense. I thought it was going to blow up, and it did not. We did okay, but just based on previous get-togethers with Steve, I just had a bigger expectation for that. Yeah, so absolutely right, because when we decided to shut it down, I certainly made the comment to Steve. I said, let's give this another go during the season. And he said, sure. So thank you for the reminder, because that's been completely out of my brain since then.
Yeah, no problem. And in the first show, if I can make a recommendation, okay,
Yeah.
is do
Sure.
about the Pac-12 implosion. Okay, you could get the best of both worlds. You can get a Michigan podcast host who everybody likes on here, and you can get the conference realignment angle.
Okay.
So conference realignment does well on everybody's channels, because people, for whatever reason, they don't want to hear about the actual football that's being played on the field. They want to know about what football teams are going to play on the future for some reason. So
Yes, they do. If you look at a timeline of this channel and the number of views, YouTube can give you a number of charts and graphs and so forth. You see when Oklahoma and Texas went to the SEC, that it just spikes through the ceiling. When USC and UCLA joined the Big Ten, just spikes through the ceiling. Yes. I got like over 100,000 views one day last summer when USC and UCLA joined the Big Ten. Absolutely. Maybe that's what we should talk about all the time. I told somebody the other day, we should do an experiment. If we could run an alternate channel, like an alternate universe at the same time, we would run a channel and just ignore all the games, like even do live streams in the middle of Saturday afternoon and ignore the games like they don't even exist, and just talk realignment every day and see how the channel would do.
that would be certainly an interesting experience, Mark. But I think that's all I got for you tonight.
Good stuff, MVP. We do have Lemansky coming back, so we appreciate you. Maybe we need DeReal to stick around longer here. We've got Lemansky coming back with this. MVP, my compliments on you lobbying for airtime. I quote, "You are absolutely right, Mark," over and over. Well, I think you're just clear, DeReal, in validating a statement that I make. But if you don't agree with me, you certainly have a zillion other times said, I don't agree with that. This is what I believe. So, yes, that's
Well, I've
DeReal
learned.
Yeah, you're just being clear.
Right. I've learned when I try to debate you on a topic, I need to be precise and I need to have great knowledge on the topic. Otherwise, it will go poorly for me. Because I remember one time I tried calling in without any real preparation about why I don't want the playoffs expanded, and I just got completely blown out of the water. So that's why I normally try to side with Mark. Is you have to be prepared.
Yes, we try to tailor this to the smart, knowledgeable, prepared fan. Yes, we do. All right, DeReal, we appreciate you being here.
Yeah, no problem. That went by fast. I'm looking forward to the Ocho with John D'Adamo and fight
yeah.
on.
It's coming up here. All right, DeReal, have a good night. Yes, absolutely. You are looking at Steve Dace's team total talent rankings. I get the T's all mixed up all the time. The total team talent rankings, that's probably it. I have not seen those in a while, but DeReal, keeping us on track here. I will be reaching out to Steve Dace as soon as I get done with this portion here. And we've got, of course, the Ocho all lined up with our guy, John D'Adamo. John, how you doing?
Oh, yeah. I'm doing great. I've been excited about this. We've had a lot of interesting calls and back and forth and chat, and I feel like we'll have some good time tonight.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So good to see you. Hope everything goes well for the next couple hours. Appreciate you being here. Everyone, I'm sure, is geared up because they're like, Mark's not going to be here to make us wait in line. Now we can just all jump on at the same time.
Well, we'll take like 4 people and then rotate, because otherwise, if you're, when you have like 9 people on, like when I have that, crazy 9 or 10 person, it gets a little nuts. But we'll do like 4 at a time and then rotate.
Very nice. All right, folks, continue to enjoy the show with John. And, of course, join John on Wednesday night at 5 o'clock Eastern time over on the Michigan channel. We have some amazing guests. We have already given you a taste of some of the amazing Michigan content that we provide over on the Michigan channel. John and myself have lined up some excellent guests over the past couple weeks, and that's going to continue in the ensuing weeks. So some really knowledgeable and entertaining, engaging Michigan hosts or contributors that we've got lined up on the Michigan channel. So join us on the Michigan channel with John every Wednesday at 5.
Thanks for your help in lining all those up. Stay tuned.
Thanks so much, John. Enjoy the next couple hours, and everybody join in, and we will be watching.
Thanks, Mark. All right. And we are back for another episode of the Ocho, the Big Ten live show, 8 p.m. Eastern block. And we have a lot of topics here that we're going to be getting to. So I'm excited to bring on the panel. We do have, I was not a bit on for the show where we went over the AP polls. So we're going to start with that right away. My name's John Diadamo. You can see me. I host the Ocho. I also host Michigan Wolverines live on Wednesdays. And starting tomorrow night with Buckeye Mike, we have 30-minute war. That's right, folks. 30-minute war on the Buckeye Mike channel, where Buckeye Mike and I will be going at it, Ohio State versus Michigan. And our moderator for this week will be Jeffrey, Only Talk Sports, Indiana fan. So if you like the Big Ten discussion, tonight we're not really going to do a lot of Ohio State, Michigan, because we've been doing it practically every day for 365 days a year. So we're going to try to focus on some other teams if we can. But we'll still talk a little bit about some topics that are happening around the Michigan universe, especially. So let's bring in Jackson here. Jackson, thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me on, Johnny.
Absolutely. And I'm just going to post the link here. We can have like maybe 3-4 people on the panel. You don't need your camera on if you don't want to. But we're gonna hit some key topics that I don't know if you were on the last show, but we had Mark gave a little bit of impression on the AP poll, and I was pretty impressed actually that they did put Iowa in. So we do see Iowa at 25. So congratulations to Iowa for not getting snubbed.
There you go.
On this one. But I think if you start from the top and go down, I think this makes a lot of sense. You've obviously got, I don't think anybody would argue that Georgia's the number 1 team, but this is the first time that Michigan has been this high in a long time, right? Like it's been quite a few years since Michigan has been this highly ranked.
Yeah, it was 1991. That was the last time they were ranked that high.
Yeah, and obviously you're used to being highly ranked. Of course, Alabama coming at 4th. That's actually, I believe Nick Saban will take that as bulletin board material because he, for him, 4th is the same as not being ranked, basically. So look out for that. Ohio State is 3rd, and I think that makes sense given where they wrapped up the season. And of course, it's showing that I've been looking for Baker Mayfield jerseys for the Bucks, so of course it's going to show that. But just your impression overall on the poll, I think it's honestly, I think that compared to the coaches poll and some of the others that we've been seeing, I think it's pretty fair. Does anything stand out at you as maybe a little bit off, or what was your take on it?
Well, I'm looking at Texas. They're way too high at 11. I mean,
that
everybody's
does stick
just
out.
I'm just like, oh, Texas. Oh my gosh, Texas. I'm thinking, every time they're ranked really high in the preseason, they fall flat on their face. It's just what I'm seeing. And Utah, I think, is a little too low at 14. Florida State, I'm kind of on wait and see mode with them, especially because of the fact that last season that 3 of the teams they beat had winning records, but they got lucky against LSU. Louisville was a mediocre disaster with Scott Satterfield last season. And Syracuse was on an all-time collapse after their Clemson game, so there was that. And I'm just like, let's see what Florida State can do against LSU and Clemson in September. Then we can discuss whether I was wrong to judge Florida State for being ranked 8th.
Yeah. I mean, 8th.
But at least it wasn't like Brett McMurphy. He had him at 3. I'm like, that's too high.
Yeah, I mean, 8th. 8, yeah, 3 is. I don't know what's going on there. I'd say 8. I could see 8. It's not crazy to me, given the fact that who they're bringing back, their quarterback. They had some really strong games last year, and so I'm not completely shocked at this at all. I've been hearing from the Florida State. I don't know if you watched the Florida State show on the Voice of College Football every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, right after Michigan. But I would say it's based on what I've heard from that show. It's not. I don't think that one's absurd. Texas.
Right.
I think Texas still needs to prove it.
That's for sure.
We do have here. Let's see, reigning blue and white. Possibly a Penn State fan.
Ooh. Yeah, that's another thing. What's up, man?
The answer is yes to Penn State.
Not much. Yes, it is.
Love it.
Well,
of course, it's rain blue and white, Robert.
Oh, there it is. I didn't see
What?
the second part. Robert, got it. I remember you.
Well, the big question
What's the
for
question?
Penn State is, I was going to say, like, the big question for Penn State is this the year where they beat either Ohio State or Michigan?
I would say probably Michigan's at home would be a good chance. Ohio State, that I say is going to be hard, but Michigan would be the best option out of the two. Plus, Penn State's defense is pretty darn good. Offensively, I'm like, okay, we have a new quarterback, but we have a good running game, so why not use that?
What do you think about Drew Allar? Because I've seen some of his long balls on Twitter from last week, and I was pretty impressed. What's your thoughts?
So was I. I was impressed. I was impressed with what I saw from because I keep myself in tune with the Penn State faithful back home, and he looks pretty decent. It's just that you might want to move him slowly in the system. Let the running backs at the beginning of the season, then let him go the way he would go.
So, yeah, I guess Drew is I think a big piece of the puzzle. We haven't seen a lot of film on him yet. Mark Rogers has said, he really likes the arm talent there. But I think we need to see more film. But the line play, and I've talked to a couple of Penn State fans who say the same thing. The line play, I think, is where the concern lies. Because when you have a new quarterback, a new starting quarterback, and of course you got to protect those, elite. I think they're very good to elite running back talents that you have. So what's your take on the line play on both sides of the ball?
Well, defensive-wise, I'm impressed seeing how they play because I had to relook at almost all defensive play Penn State had last year. I'm impressed and a good bit back, even though we lost guys on the D line, which is for starters or not. But offensively, I don't know much about it because I'm still researching on offensive line.
Mm-hmm. I will say Olu Fashanu on the O-line, I think he's going to be very talented. And I've said that on a couple of shows. He really wants to try to, I think he even had a quote that he wants to try to get Penn State a national championship. So he's very goal oriented in that respect. Yeah, that was a big quote.
Yeah, very big.
but you know, you gotta dream big. You gotta have big goals. So if those of you who call in want to give a take on the AP poll, we welcome that. Otherwise, my kind of main topic, what we're trying to do here is, given the fact that we've talked a lot about Ohio State and Michigan, we're going to try to spotlight a school every week on the show that may not get quite as much love. And Wisconsin has gotten some play, but I will say that just based on, you know, all of our 24 shows, which I've hosted, you know, the 8 p.m. block for a lot of them, you know, I'd like to talk a little bit more about Wisconsin because it's very fascinating what's happened with them. Wisconsin traditionally, you know, with you know, the Paul Chryst, in the early years of Paul Chryst and you know, Alvarez and some of, you know, kind of going back, they've traditionally been a 10-win, you know, pretty solid football program, win some Big Ten West Division titles. But in the last, two out of the last 3 years, Wisconsin's only gone one game above 500. Yeah. And they had to make a change. And they, you know, maybe some would argue it came a year too soon. I actually would argue it came a year too late. I think that, you know, you started to see the decline of the program if you look beyond the surface level of, you know, the 9 games, because I think that they relied heavily on the run game with runners like, you know, Jonathan Taylor, for example. You know, you may have heard of him in the NFL. He's been doing, you know, he's had some solid NFL snaps, right? So they needed to make some changes, and they changed the head coach. They changed the offensive philosophy, and they brought 17 transfers in from the transfer portal. So what I want to get your takes on, first of all, is the offense philosophy, because this is probably the biggest radical change for Wisconsin, right? They're keeping, I think, a very strong defensive philosophy. Luke Fickell, you know, he knows Big Ten football. He knows how hard and physical that defense has to be. But on offense, we don't see a lot of air raids in the cold, in the tough, like, snow weather type. You see a lot more ground and pound, Iowa football, Nebraska bringing back fullbacks with Matt Rule, things like that. Obviously, Jim Harbaugh being the classic example of going to like an 80s style in terms of concepts. So what's your take? And we'll start with Jackson on Phil Longo and the fit there with, you know, bringing in this OC from Ole Miss and North Carolina.
Oh man, Phil Longo was amazing at North Carolina. Like the moment that I heard Wisconsin was hiring him to be their OC for 2023, I was like, oh man, Wisconsin's getting serious about the future. I was like, oh man, that's gonna be awesome. I mean, they're not gonna be winning the Big Ten West this year. I mean, they'll most certainly compete because they got a easy peasy schedule in a way. Not quite as easy as like years past, but still, it's gonna be fantastic.
Robert, what's your take?
Doesn't quite sound like what you're saying. I'm like, this might end up ending not really good at all. They might have to change that idea just because look at the region you're in. It might work when USC and UCLA come in, but with these other ones, I don't know. Let's see and find out.
Yeah. Here, if you could look at private chat for a bit there. So essentially, I think when you look at Phil Longo, you look at what happened in the spring game, and you can't really take everything in the spring game with you know, full credence, right? It is a spring game. They're instituting a new offensive philosophy. It takes time. We talked with D4 Sports a while back, who's a real defensive coordinator, who basically said when you're implementing a new system, you know, it could take half the season. It could take, you know, a lot of games. So, you know, it's going to take some time. And so I do think that with Braylon Allen, who has had, incredible back-to-back rushing seasons in the last few years. I really do think that he is, he's maybe one of the 5 best running backs in the country, just based on his statistical production the last 2 years. 1,200-yard back-to-back seasons is, not everybody can do that. And so I think they're going to lean on him, even though it's an air raid. I don't think it's your classic, like fly the ball around and don't run type air raid. I think that they're going to do kind of like what Leach was trying to do the last couple of years, where he's starting to bring in more running concepts and things like that. I think you're going to see that here as well. You can't not use Braylon Allen. He's just too good. And so I think you'll see like a hybrid this year, like pro style air raid hybrid, kind of like what what Brady Hoke did when he took over at Michigan, and it was a spread with Rich Rod, and he kind of had this 1 year. It was a hybrid spread pro style, like a pro spread. So that's kind of my prediction for this season of Wisconsin. Just like lean on your best player, who I think is Braylon Allen, and then Mordecai at SMU. While he did throw 4 picks in the spring game,
oh man,
which he did throw a lot of picks. 72 touchdown passes at SMU. That's not bad. That's a school record for them. So granted, the defenses that they're facing may not be as challenging all the time as the defenses that he's going to be facing in the Big Ten. However, 72 touchdowns is still impressive, I think. So what do you think they're going to need to work on? Because based on what I saw in the spring game, I could see I could see this going off the rails, and Mordecai throwing a lot of picks if he's not careful.
He's going to have to watch himself. He can't do what he did in the spring game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's got to be a little more accurate.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, they're obviously going to be like focusing on that a lot. I do think that from a defensive philosophy, I really think that they're going to be fine. And I think that against Buffalo, it's going to provide an opportunity for Mordecai to, maybe just take it easy, hand the ball off, throw some slants. You don't have to go full on air raid, lob the ball down the field 70 yards. You can throw slants against Buffalo and win the game, right? You can do read option against Buffalo with Braylon Allen and win the game. So I would prefer to see an easing in to this philosophy and lean heavily on what Wisconsin knows: line play, run the ball, defense, and ease into this kind of air raid concept. Robert, let's see if how you're doing. What would be your philosophy there?
I agree with you on that. Slowly moving that air raid in would be the best option, just so all the players are still playing somewhat familiar with themselves. Because if not, you're just going to throw a big monkey wrench into your system right off the bat, and it's going to just blow up in your face.
Yeah, and there is something to note that Will Pauling, who was the #1 slot receiver for Wisconsin, had a right knee injury during a special teams drill. So he does think he's going to heal up, but that's really not what you want to see when you are installing a brand new air raid offense that your top slot receiver goes down. So I think that that's something to look at as well. Just you got to keep your people healthy.
I just hope that Mordecai has more days like he did against Houston last year, throwing 9 touchdowns. That was big.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, granted, the counterpoint is their defense really that amazing? Either, right? But still, nine touchdowns it's 9 touchdowns. It's not easy to do against any defense. So just again, keeping to look down this depth chart here. O-line seems to be going with about a 6 or 7 man rotation. and kind of looking at the how ready Jake Renfro is. So there's a little bit of competition going on at O-line. A backup right tackle starting to take reps away from someone else. So there's definitely some competitions going on the O-line. Their tight end situation isn't great because they're two, most of their longest tenured tight ends left the program just before preseason practice. So it's looking like the trio of Riley Nowakowski, Hayden Rucci, and Jack Pugh. So that's not the best scenario either when you're installing. So you've got your best slot receiver down. You've got your two most tenured tight ends gone. You really can't have that when you're doing this. But luckily they start with Buffalo.
Yeah. Well, they are going to have a somewhat of a big test at Pullman, Washington against Washington State. Because last year Washington State pulled off that upset at Wisconsin, and we're going to see whether Wisconsin can not look ahead, so to speak. They'll keep their eye on them. And Cam Ward, man, at Washington State, oh, he's big.
Yeah, that is a night game in Pullman too. So you got to look at that a little bit as well. And the second game of the season, they're still going to be knee deep in figuring it out. They get a break with Georgia Southern at Camp Randall. I think that Wisconsin will use the power of jump around to win that game pretty handily. Although you never can quite count out the Fighting Clay Heltons after what they did against Nebraska.
Nope.
We have Michigan man Mike Fort in the house joining us for our panel. Hey, Mike.
Yeah. Hey, guys. What's up?
Hey. We're just talking some Wisconsin Badgers football.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, I missed the beginning of it because I was having a cigar, but I don't know. I did catch a little bit towards the end. It's like, I think it's a little. I don't want to use the word sloppy, but I think it's a little bit disingenuous to just dismiss Longo as an air raid guy, because I know I originally did that too.
Yeah.
Because, you got to remember, in 21, North Carolina had two running backs that were over 1,000 yards each. So I think now that he's got a weapon with Braylon Allen, I think it's going to be a lot more balanced. But it seems like a lot of people are kind of pushing this towards like a 70-30 pass offense, and I don't see it happening.
No, they're going to lean on their. I would argue their best player, Braylon Allen, pretty heavily, especially early on. Like, do you see them air raiding it against Buffalo? Because I don't. I see them handing the ball to Braylon Allen a bunch of times.
Yeah, it's going to be their workhorse. There's no reason for them to kind of stray from what they've been known for. It's kind of a gradual incorporation of a pass game. Now they got rid of Mertz.
Michael, let me just educate you on how implementing a new offense happens. It happens gradually. You can't just start game one and go 4 verts down the field 80 times a game. You do hand the ball off. You do ease into it. You take it game by game and then gradually introduce new concepts. I know that sometimes these things are difficult for you, but this is just what happens when you're installing a new offense. Alrighty, so let's bring in Buckeye Mike, and then that'll be it for our panel for right now. But Buckeye Mike, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Thanks for coming in. Reminder to everybody that tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern, Buckeye Mike and I are doing our first episode of 30-Minute War. So I'll be representing the Michigan side. Buckeye Mike is going to be representing the Ohio State side, and then we'll have Jeffrey only talk sports as moderator. So it should be a great time.
You might favor the Michigan after the first game.
What's that?
He might favor the Michigan guy after the first game.
Well, the first game, what, East Carolina Pirates?
Well, Ohio State gets to
then
slap around Indiana their first
yeah.
time around.
That's a good point.
And it's gonna be on CBS. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah. What's playing on Peacock like? I'm never gonna know that feeling.
You probably will. I mean, the Michigan State
probably will
the Michigan State
eventually, yeah.
Washington game is on Peacock. I mean, there's going to be a number of Big Ten games on Peacock.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Ohio State Rutgers will probably be on Peacock. So there we go.
I would say so.
I would put it on BTN before I put it on Peacock.
Peacock reaches more people than BTN, I would think.
True. Hey, you know what? I'm just a picky, crazy guy when it comes to the TVs, because guess what? I don't have cable. So, yeah.
Well, I don't either, but I mean, I got a year of Peacock for $20. So.
But yeah, about Wisconsin's schedule. Mike, what's your take on Wisconsin-Washington State?
Which one?
The second game on Wisconsin-Washington State.
Which Mike?
You.
I originally had Washington State pencil in as a loss because I believe that game's in Pullman, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
And I know Washington State, they're kind of a mid-level Pac team. It's just that I'd see it as for a first year everything coaching wise, traveling out west. I mean, unless they were playing like a Cal or a Stanford, I would probably have had Wisconsin as a loss anyways. But it's a winnable game. Will they win it? Possible. I have it penciled in as a loss. I have Wisconsin 9-3. That's one of their 3 losses online.
Bug Eye Mike, what's your take on that game?
As far as Washington State, I do think it is a loss. I think that there's just a lot of building right now, and to John's point, it is a slow progression. They could honestly go out and throw the ball the whole time, but you're going to end up with just a bunch of interceptions on the quarterback's part. And it obviously wouldn't be his fault. Now, Mordecai transferring into a new system, new head coach, I wouldn't be surprised if Mordecai's stats look sloppy in the beginning. But, I mean, for this one specifically, I think Pullman is going to show up, and I just think it's going to be sloppy like it was last year, as in, like, how close it was, I think, again. But, yeah, I think the Cougars are going to win this one.
Very, very possible. Yeah, just for those of you who may have joined and aren't familiar with our week-to-week dynamics, I didn't mean to come off as a douche. This guy in particular deserved it. We're moving on. So yeah, I'm not an OC. But yeah, you do implement things slowly. You don't just go all in on a new offense right away.
Yeah.
So yeah, we were talking about. We kind of went through Washington State. We said Georgia Southern can be a game where Wisconsin can get right at Camp Randall, win that game fairly comfortably, but you can't completely count out Clay Helton given what he did against Nebraska.
I was going to say, they beat Nebraska and Lincoln last year, didn't they?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Scott Frost got fired the next day. They're like, you're out of here.
I mean, I have a theory on that. That this could take us down a rabbit hole, but remember Scott Frost being a Nebraska guy, right, was the quarterback of that 97 team, which of course we all love to talk about at Michigan. And I think he got like one week essentially early. I think it was like 1 week later, and his bonus would have been reduced by half. So like basically his buyout would have been reduced.
Yeah.
So basically they wanted to give him more money. And also they had the cover because he lost against Georgia Southern. So it kind of worked in both directions. That's my theory on it.
Yeah, I remember that. If they had waited another week, it'd have been like another $7 or $8 million less or something.
Wow.
And the thing is, wasn't that right before Oklahoma just blew the doors off of them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and Oklahoma, obviously not exactly the best team, right? Last year, they went through some growing pains with the first-year head coach, right? It happens.
Now,
But that game, they really crushed them.
does Georgia Southern still run that option under, or did they change it when Helton got there? Because I know they were triple option a couple years ago.
You're thinking in Tech?
No, Georgia Southern was.
They also do triple? Okay. Yeah, I
Well,
didn't
a lot of these
pay
like
attention to
one AA teams or FCS, whatever you can call them. There's a lot of triple options in the lower ranks.
LFG, I agree with you. I think if they run a balanced attack, it's possible that they beat Washington State. But it's at Pullman, so of course Washington State has the advantage, home field advantage in that game. So when we get to Purdue at West Lafayette. Now let's hope that their slot receiver is back by then. Now Purdue is we know that Purdue it has gone through a lot of changes, but we've actually heard some positive things about Ryan Walters and his recruiting over this past offseason. It may not be as like monumental of a drop off as we thought. What do you think about Purdue? Let's go Buckeye Mike.
Oh, shit. Purdue, to me, is always tricky because they tend to show up when you're playing the big schools. And, coming in probably 2-1. Second road game of the year. This is tough. I think this is going to be a close one. I would probably give the edge to Purdue, honestly.
Okay.
I don't know. Purdue's in a worse situation than Wisconsin.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Purdue is in a rough situation. This is going to be, I think, Wisconsin's first real, true, Washington State, but I think that this one can give a great indication of where they are as a program, because hopefully by then, like I said, their slot receivers back healthy, and they can really see how they gel with Braylon Allen on offense and their defense. So I think that could be, if they win that game pretty handily, then that's a good marker, I think, of where their progress is by game 4 of the season with a brand new offense.
I don't think Purdue is really the proper litmus test for Wisconsin's offense. I think they're going to be able to score at will on Purdue.
Okay. Even though he's a defensive, Ryan Walters' defensive coach.
No, I'm saying, well, I don't think Purdue's offense is going to be great. Now, I do think that, if you're going to lose Aiden, I think bringing in Hudson Card's a good one. But I don't think he's got the weapons around him to really test Walters. I just see Purdue as a massive fall off from last year. I mean, they could go from I could see them easily being 3-9, 4-8, even in the West.
Wow.
I mean,
that's why I got them at 3-9. I mean, I believe I have them beating Virginia Tech and Northwestern and Indiana, but that's pretty much it for this season on Purdue.
I mean, Purdue is going to really fall. I mean, there's just not enough playmakers, and their defense is their defense.
So we'll take a quick break from schedule to go over Nick's super chat. We thank you as always for your super chat. So he timed the other one so that he made sure that Mark read it. And now we're on to this one here. Did you guys see Webster's dictionary updated flaccid definition to Ohio State football lineman in the trenches, an exactly accurate description of softer than soft. Okay, I think I'm going to stop here. Thank you, Nick, for your financial contribution to Voice of College Football. And
Might want to find out what TRT stands for.
Yeah, I don't. That's why I didn't say it, because I'm like, oh god, this might get me demonetized. Okay, so they have a bye week, awesome, and then they play the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, and of course we have a Rutgers fan who's planning on calling in at 9, which we're excited about. But the Rutgers Scarlet Knights at Camp Randall against Wisconsin. This, to me, if they don't put Rutgers away, I think that might be a problem, because I just don't see Rutgers, doing amazingly well this year. Maybe 5-6 wins.
6 wins for Rutgers is amazingly well.
Right. I'm saying, yeah, that's probably their watermark, their ceiling.
Yeah, that's what I have Rutgers at is 6-6.
Yeah.
I got them at 5-7.
Me too. 5-7. Yeah. I think most of us have it in the general 4 to 6 win range.
I mean, they're non-con. They're going to win all of them. They'll beat Northwestern. And I got them beating Indiana. I was trying my best to find them a 6 win, but I was just like...
Michigan State. I think they beat Michigan State.
I got Michigan State winning that one, honestly.
So since we've had a few people drop off, I'm going to bring in somebody who's been waiting a bit. Go Blue is here. Go Blue. I say to you, Go Blue, the only one who's ever gotten Mark to say it without a super chat.
Hey, you gotta put that Go Blue as a name, make people say it, especially the ones that don't want to.
Absolutely. So we're talking Wisconsin football, and we're a thing or two about Rutgers. Michigan's played Rutgers every year, and Rutgers is playing Wisconsin at Camp Randall. First, in general, before we go into that, what's your general take of Wisconsin and kind of what they've been doing in the offseason with Luke Fickell?
Well, my thing is, when a team hires a new head coach and whatnot, I don't like to make too many judgment calls. I want to see how they play, because sometimes you get a situation where they come out the gate, they had a great offseason, fall camp went great, and they're a little ahead of schedule, and then a lot of times they're not ahead of schedule. They need a year or two to really get going what they want to get going. So I don't got much to my judgment for Wisconsin is probably going to have to go a couple weeks before I make a judgment on it. That's just how I view things when it comes to that. They could be great. I know the offense. I know they're trying to not be as condensed on offense. They're trying to get more space, obviously, for their great running back. Things like that could be promising, but I'm just going to wait to give a couple weeks in for that.
Yeah. Real quick, so Michael, talking about Badgers article, keep in mind Will Paulings, the one I mentioned, it suffered a right knee injury. So we hope that he gets healthy and right by the season opener against Buffalo. Because, I think he is going to be an impact player for sure.
I will say this, though. I like Luke Fickell.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
And he knows Big Ten football. And he was able to get Cincinnati to a playoff game. The first ever G5 to get to a playoff game. That's impressive.
Well, not only that, I mean, they had a good showing for a group of 5 team. It wasn't like they got blown out by 50.
Yeah, absolutely. You've
I
got players like.
I see a little guest star that's with you, John.
Yeah, this Gizmo is Gizmo's here. Yep, just got a haircut.
Oh, that's cool. What's Gizmo thinking about Wisconsin?
What do you think about Wisconsin? He's just kind of what he's like, shruggy guy. He's shruggy guy emoji.
He's not looking too impressed with them thus far.
Hey, I'll tell you, Wisconsin, if they got defense figured out, which they usually do, but I think they might to, hang with Ohio State, because from what I'm hearing in that camp, the old linemen left and right. They can't figure out a QB situation. They throwing, McCourt's throwing multiple picks and scrimmages. So I'm just saying.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I will say, and as much as I'd love to get really giddy about Ohio State fall camp throwing picks, remember that they're working stuff out. Remember that McCord he's got to learn, right? He's got to make mistakes. He's got to go on, play with the ones, and he is in a quarterback battle against Devin Brown. That's got to add some jitters. If you remember, Cade McNamara, when he was battling J.J. McCarthy, and I think Cade McNamara is a great quarterback, but when he was throwing picks against Hawaii, I think that was representative of, not that he's a bad quarterback, but the quarterback battle getting to him a little bit, because those do get to you. So I think you got to look at the 100%. Mental side of it too.
Well, I don't even think the QB. I don't think the QB situation is going to be a bad QB situation. I actually think the problem is going to be O-line, because there's been a lot of talk about how they haven't really seen they're switching positions left and right. They're putting guys at left tackle that never played left tackle. Then they'll put them at right tackle that never played right tackle. They'll put a guy at center. He hasn't really center. Then they don't like him there, so they're going to put him at left. I mean, when you're doing that, that's not a good sign. And then also in fall camp, typically the defense is ahead of the offense. But a sign of a good fall camp is the offense and the defense are getting their wins. It's not just completely one-sided through the whole camp. There's reports that they can't even complete screen passes.
I did hear about that. But again, I take it with a grain of salt. And it might even, by the way, have you thought of the possibility that maybe some Ohio State people are sprinkling this in as a bit of intellectual warfare against Michigan? It's possible that they're doing better than we think, and there's a little bit of
I
negative
think that's very
PR.
I'll say this about that. I believe in MOs, and that's not an MO under Ryan Day. It's just not. And also, what did they get out of that? This is fall camp. That game's end of November. Like, you're trying to trick Indiana? Like, what are we doing here? I mean, come on. To me, there's some things that you got some bad signs coming up. Just watch.
Hey, I do compliment Ohio State sometimes. If they deserve it, then I compliment them. I mean, it's one of those opponents where you got to respect them in certain areas. Like, their wide receiver talent, nobody denies that's next level.
Oh man,
right?
That is
Nobody
a scary 1-2. That's a scary 1-2 duo right there.
Oh yeah, best wide receiver duo in the country. But the problem is, the QB ain't gonna be able to deliver that ball with that old line.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah. So let's go. Obviously, we could talk Michigan, Ohio State all day. So Wisconsin, I think one of their toughest games is going to be versus the Iowa Hawkeyes. And by the way, I do have Iowa going 11-1 with a loss in Camp Randall. So
this game's going to determine the West.
Yeah. It's very possible. And if Cade McNamara can stay healthy, if Cade McNamara can run that offense,
that was sad what happened supposedly.
Yeah.
I hope it's nothing serious.
From what I understand, it's a soft tissue injury. He'll be okay from what I've heard.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, one thing I think that's important to point out also is that I think Michigan fans, for the most part, I know I am, are going to be watching more Iowa and rooting for Cade. I'm rooting for Cade. I'm rooting for Eric.
I'm right there with you.
I'm rooting for Andrell Anthony and even AJ Henning at Northwestern. I mean, I want them all to do well. They did right by Michigan, and maybe there was a little on the way out, a little tension there, and some baiting going on. But they did their time at Michigan. They put in the time, and now they're so Iowa, I think, is going to be improved. But Brian Ferentz, from what I heard, so I don't know if you guys heard him talk to Corey Brado a little bit, our our Hawkeye of the Storm and Iowa Hawkeyes live co-host. But he came off a little condescending, came off a little like he's, like, hey, Corey, have you heard of this? Hey, Corey, it was kind of like, dude, you do realize you've coached like the worst statistical offense in the entire country the last couple of years.
Yeah.
That's an understatement.
So I'm curious. I don't know if Erica's in here or Lemansky could give a comment just about, can Brian Ferentz have the ego, the lack of ego, to give up, a little bit of the control, allow Cade to at the very least implement some concepts from Michigan's 2021 playbook, right? And I'm not saying like go shotgun every play. You're going to be going out of the eye. You're going to be going out of ace. You're going to be going under center a lot. You're going to be going with 7 guys in the line if you're 1 yard away from getting your first down. That's just how Iowa plays. But you can do some things like Michigan did in 2021 within those base formations.
The question is, do they got the personnel though? Do they got the personnel to do that? I'm not sure they do, but I get your point. Schematically, the problem with Iowa schematically is just so plain Jane. I mean, there's just you know what they're doing every play. Like, oh, they're doing this again. They don't got the speed. They don't got. I mean, they got some physicality, but that's about it. But we know where they gonna run.
Yeah. And Cade, the thing is, Cade doesn't need to lob it down the field. Cade can do slants. Cade can do option to Caleb Johnson. He doesn't need to be Superman. He doesn't need to be Aaron Rodgers and throwing verticals every play. He's not that quarterback. He's a game manager, and I mean that in the best use of the phrase game manager, as in
he's perfect for what they want to do.
Men. Yeah,
he's
a leader
of men
and inspirer. Yeah, he is. He's he's who I was hoping they would get because they've had very low quarterback talent the last few years. So I'm excited to see how it goes. Erica is here. I was like, I was waiting for Erica or Lemansky to comment about my Brian Ferentz question, and so I'm glad you're able to call. Congrats on becoming a moderator.
Thank you. How's
Hey,
everyone
Erica,
doing?
how's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
Oh, we're doing fantastic.
So I just had to boot up my computer. That's why it took a minute. I'm sorry about that. So anyway, about Brian Ferentz, I don't see him just giving up the reins and letting Cade call anything. He might do that once in a while or something, or if Cade has enough guts, maybe he'll go against what Brian says and just tell Eric, oh, let's throw this or that, let's do this or that play. But I don't see it happening all the time. I don't think Brian's going to allow it. I think Cade's going to have to sneak it in.
Well, the problem with that, though, is you can only do what's in the playbook. So
that's true, but Eric all knows the Michigan playbook just as well.
Yeah, but you can't. But the problem is you can't just throw in a random play without the whole team, because every part of the offense has to know what you're running. So you can't just tell one guy.
True,
hey.
But I still think they might try to sneak stuff in, and who knows? Maybe I know Cade spent a lot of time with the guys in California this summer. Like they took a special trip and got trained by somebody out there. I don't know. I don't remember all the details, but perhaps they shared some stuff with the offense out there. I don't know. But I will say that the wide receivers, believe it or not, the ones that were on the field on Saturday, they had an open scrimmage, and the ones that were on the field looked pretty good from what I heard. We got Seth Anderson from the portal, and apparently he's really, really doing well. He impressed some people, so I'm excited to see that. There were also a few other key players who had injuries, like Nico Ragaini was also out with an injury, but they're predicting, I think, that he comes back soon, so that will be good for the team. And Caleb Brown, I don't remember exactly what was said about him. I think they said that he was looking good, but I'm not sure.
That was interesting because I remember they didn't put him in as a starter. And Corey had a point where they don't do that at Iowa because you've got to earn your stripes and things like that. But
it's not so much that he transferred in after the spring practice. Kirk hadn't seen him do anything yet.
Anoint him, yeah.
Yeah, so he'll be in there, I'm sure, once, everything's said and done and they go through these next few weeks here. I'm sure he'll be in. I mean, I'm not worried about that. And as far as Cade goes, yeah, he did have a little slip-up during the open scrimmage this past weekend, but soft tissue, like you said, John, it'll be fine. No one's really worried about it. They're doing some,
Yeah.
sure, like some testing and stuff like that. Or I think I read that they're going to do an MRI just to be precautionary given what happened to him with his previous injuries. But no one's really that concerned in Iowa City about that.
Oh, I could see Iowa
Troy.
winning the West, going 11-1 with K being healthy. I mean, I don't see why not.
Yeah, I mean, I
I
think
think-
they stand a really good chance of doing well this year, and I think that people need to go in with more of an open mind because the Petrus era is over, and I don't know why people don't understand that. Like, he's there as a coach at this point. He's not there to play
Right.
anything.
Tight ends, right?
He's coaching the offensive line.
Oh, that's what it was. I knew it was something.
Yeah,
Not
offensive line, and I think
quarterbacks.
he also was helping Cade learn the playbook or something like that before too. But mostly from what I heard, he's with the offensive line, and I also heard that the center who was questionable last year, Logan Jones, is looking a lot better. So that's exciting to know, and hopefully he pans out better this year. But I think Brian. The thing about Brian is he's had his moments as a decent play caller. It's very confusing with him. Most of the time, he's not a decent play caller, but he has these sparks. It's very strange. But the point is, they've got better personnel. The O line, that's still a little bit of a question mark from what I understand, but they have
Yeah.
better wide receiver play. The tight end room is crazy stacked. It's ridiculous. So that's going to be fun to watch with Eric All and Luke Lachey on the field. But
Oh, geez.
it's
That's
going
going
to
to
be
be
craziness.
great.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic.
Well, the question is, here's the real question: if they
Yeah.
if they go out there and you have similar offensive results to last year, I mean, you're gonna have some
Oh.
big questions about what you got to do with your coaches.
Well,
Because
I'm
at some point,
at the
Go
camp that Brian should have been let go already like a year or two ago. So, I mean, I don't need any convincing as far as that goes, but we all know what's going on there. I mean, it's obvious to anybody who knows anything
That's
about
net-
football at all.
that's nepotism.
Huh?
Yeah.
It's
That's
obviously
nepotism.
nepotism.
Yes.
That's nepotism.
Yeah,
25
obviously
points.
nepotism.
But as Michigan guys, we cannot talk about nepotism.
That's right, too.
Was
A
it
lot of
Jay
teams have an
Harbaugh?
issue, and everyone harps on
Like, is it Jay
Kirk
Harbaugh?
all the
Well,
time.
I will say that
Yeah,
Jay
but Jay
Harbaugh
Harbaugh
has
hasn't been a bad
earned his
coach, though.
stripes, whereas
Yeah, he's earned it.
Brian
That's different.
Ferentz has
Now, if
not.
Jay Harbaugh was doing now, if Jay Harbaugh was doing a terrible job and Michigan was just totally in the slumps and his position group or his responsibilities were, clearly affecting the team and he kept them on for several years, that's nepotism. But
Right.
Well, here's
But-
the problem. The problem is that Brian Ferentz was TE coach and O-line coach, and back then he did well at those positions. Like, he was a good TE coach, but when they promoted him to offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach, that's when it went wrong. And I also
well, yeah, you
think,
could be a great position coach, but be a terrible offensive
well, it's
coordinator.
because
Like,
he doesn't know
yeah.
how to play. He doesn't know how to play call. That's why he doesn't know how to call
Yeah.
plays. And
you know who's similar in that regard is Josh Gaddis. Josh Gaddis.
I was about ready to say Gaddis.
Oh, yeah.
I was about ready to say Josh Gaddis. Like
Oh,
he's a
guys.
great position coach, but as an OC, he is terrible.
We could
the
go
point
an
is,
hour.
The safe thing to do would have been to keep Brian as the TE coach and just hire somebody from the outside for offensive coordinator. But we knew Kirk wasn't going to do that. That's just not how Kirk does things. He's old school. He's stubborn about certain things. Actually, a lot of people were very happy that he actually went into the portal and got some good wins this past season or this past off season. That's a big deal for him. He was not using the portal before that much.
Well,
If-
the
if
fact that
you-
he's an offensive line coach is also an indictment on him.
It is. It is. I'm not going to defend him. I'm not a total homer like some people seem to think.
Right.
Which guy?
If
Which
you-
one's the offensive line coach?
Brian Ferentz used to be.
Brian Ferentz.
Oh, he's the offensive line coach too.
He was,
Yeah.
yeah.
Should
Yeah.
what if Iowa demoted Brian Ferentz back to O-line coach? Like, don't let him be the OC, but have him be the O-line coach, and have someone else be the OC.
Because
If
that's
that
not
hadn't
how,
happened by
have
now,
to
it's
do
not going
something.
to
that's not
happen.
how Kirk operates. That's just not how he operates.
I'll tell you what though. There's gonna come a point where if it continues, you got to do something. And if it comes to a point where nepotism's in the way, you might have to get rid of the head dude.
They already did. Bart is gone.
Yeah.
No,
Bart is
no,
gone.
no,
That's
no, no.
another
I'm
thing I was
talking
gonna
about-
say.
No, I'm talking about Kirk.
Well, that's another thing I was also going to share is that, there's a lot of discussion about what's going to happen with Kirk depending on how the season goes. And some people think that if he has, that 11-1 season or, a very strong season, that maybe he decides to walk away. and Brian walks away with him. Some people think that. I'm not sure if I agree
You
with
know,
that.
it'd be hilarious if they promoted Brian to head coach.
That's not happening.
Oh, that yeah.
Oh,
There'd be a
Not
there'd be a
happening. Not with,
revolt.
not with the new athletic director
He'd
being
be like,
there.
"Hey,
No
I'm leaving,
way.
but part of my negotiation to leave is my son's gonna take over."
That
That
ain't
is not
happening.
They're not
Kirk's
going to do
buddy
that.
is gone now. That's the thing. Kirk's buddy's gone. So
Yeah, he no longer has that pull anymore as much as he did.
Oh,
He's,
dang,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
He-
I'll
he's
be
going to have a
honest.
say. He's going to have a say
I
so that
hope-
some random person doesn't become head coach, but it's not going to be Brian.
Oh, yeah. I hope that Iowa has a good AD like Illinois has, that Josh Whitman. Now, when Whitman was first hired as Illinois AD, he brought on Lovie Smith. Then when it wasn't working out like it planned, he was like, okay, I got to get rid of this guy. I'm going to hire Brett Bielema. Worked out thus far for Illinois.
yeah.
Iowa needs an AD like that. I hope
We'll
they
see
got an
what
AD
she
like
does.
him.
We'll see what she does. I mean, right now she's technically interim, and she'll go for the actual job, the official job, not being interim anymore. But so far, I mean, I've heard good things about her. She's very pro NIL, which is important in Iowa for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And so we'll see. But I think that, Kirk's not going to be there forever. He eventually will leave. He will leave. He's getting up there.
Yeah, he might
Yeah.
be like Paterno. He might be 90, still coaching.
I don't think so. I just don't
in the
think so. I don't
spirit
see it.
in the spirit of know thy enemy, Erica. So today one of our anchor topics is Wisconsin deep dive, and we've been talking through kind of like their changes, the air raid implementation, and things like that. And we were actually just talking about the Iowa. That kind of started this whole thing. We were talking about the Iowa game. So what's your take on one of the enemies of Iowa, Wisconsin, and what you've been seeing with the program?
Yeah, so I think there's been a lot of Kool-Aid about Wisconsin. I don't have, even though I'm an Iowa fan, I don't have anything personal against them. I know that sounds strange, but people I have stuff against is like Nebraska, people like that. Like I don't, you know what I mean?
Well,
And
the best
I don't even-
Kool-Aid's blue Kool-Aid. So
What's that?
I said the best Kool-Aid's the blue one.
Michigan.
Well, I don't, but that's not Kool-Aid though, because Michigan has proven themselves. That's not Kool-Aid.
No, it was a side joke. You know what I'm saying?
Well, national championship talk is Kool-Aid.
But anyway, no, I mean, I'm not saying that Wisconsin is going to suck or anything, but I don't think it's going to. I think someone else on this panel said a few minutes ago, it's not going to happen right away. And I just don't have faith in the quarterback very much from what I've heard. I don't think you can drastically change systems like that quickly. And I would be saying, by the way, for the record, I'd be saying the very same thing if Iowa decided to change their offense drastically like that. I don't think people learn that quickly, most likely. Like, they still have a lot of the same team, I think, right, at Wisconsin?
Well, yeah. Sometimes
17
transfers.
I will say that 17 transfers.
But that could also be bad. That could also be bad.
Yeah.
That many.
Well, yeah, that's true. Sometimes a great coach can pull that off, though. Now, is it rare? Yes, but we've seen
look at
examples of
USC pulled it out like with so many transfers. We've seen that. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't think it's going to happen with Wisconsin. I just don't see it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're gonna have to see. Like I said, we're gonna have to wait and see with that. So
yeah, let's wait and see for sure. But that being said, even despite our horrific offense last year, we still beat them. What does that say?
I mean, you could say a lot about that. I mean, the morale could have been bad. I mean, the coaching turnover. I mean, there's a lot of things you could say about that. But anyways,
I don't think it's going to be a beating or a massacre or anything like that. I just don't see Wisconsin winning that game. Although it is in Cap Randall, so maybe they could win. But I don't know. I think it's very possible that Wisconsin loses. I wouldn't bet money because I'm not someone who bets money and stuff like that, unlike some players on Iowa's team, unfortunately.
What week is that? What week do you play them?
Week
October 14th, so.
That's
14th.
week 7.
Oh, 7?
So week 7. So here's what I'll say. I'll make a judgment on that game I'll make a judgment on that game 5 weeks into the season. Now, if Wisconsin would have kept the same coach and everything, I'd pick Iowa. But I need to see what this Wisconsin team looks like before I even pick that game.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Michael Dallas, I don't even know how to pronounce that full screen name that he's got there. I keep seeing you make comments this whole evening about what people are saying. Why don't you come on the
Well, we're about to We're about to rotate some people in and out. Jackson, let people know where they can find you. We're gonna bring in. We have a Rutgers fan calling in, so we're gonna swap some things out. So
you got to bring
Jacksonian
on
and
the
all that
common
good stuff.
people, man. Got to bring on the common
There you
people.
go. That's gonna be. You said the floor is mine for a little bit,
Yeah.
John.
Yeah, just let people know where they can find you real quick, and then we're gonna let you go.
Yeah, I sent it on the private chat, but you can find me on YouTube /@JacksonJohnson979, where I have all 8 of my Jacksonian episodes. Episode 9 is coming up 9:30 Wednesday night, where I talk with Sidelines Arizona about the impending move to the Big 12 and what are they going to bring in 2023, amongst other topics. You can find me on Twitter at Jackson09960335.
Okay.
And you can find me on Instagram and Threads at JacksonJohnson543908.
Awesome. Thanks, Jackson. We'll see you next time.
Thank you for having me on, John.
Later. All right, coming on here, we've got Keep Choppin', Rutgers fan. Keep Choppin', thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Got to ask, is this the first time a Rutgers person has ever been on here?
We have been trying so hard
Yeah.
to get Rutgers fans. And I was actually talking with, and I was hoping he was able to make it today, but maybe not. We have a writer for Rutgers who I've been talking to about calling into the show. So hopefully he'll be on it soon, either today or a future week, but from Rutgers Wire. But no, thanks for calling in.
I saw you mention that, and it would definitely be interesting to see what he says. I know, some of us smaller fan groups don't get, a ton of love, amongst all the Michigan and Ohio State people. But, yeah, I mean, it's interesting to hear, what everybody has to say. So,
Well, I got Rutgers going 6-6 this year, so you could say I'm high on them.
yeah, and I think Rutgers is, I think most people are probably saying 4 wins, right? Maybe 4.5 in Vegas. I would say, I think, 6 wins really needs to be the goal, obviously, to get back to a bowl game. But I don't think really, 7-8 wins isn't out of reach if, you get a couple of lucky wins and a couple bounces. I can see it. The schedule this year isn't terrible. The crossover games this year are Wisconsin, which obviously that'll be a tough one.
I think you are something. You might beat Ohio. You might beat Ohio State.
Oh, stop it.
No, not Ohio State, but no, hear me on this one though. And I know the Michigan people would laugh at this one, but I kind of got the Michigan game circled a little bit, just because. There's
oh my lord!
Oh, because that squeaker from a couple years ago.
Let's hear it. Let's hear the justification.
So the justification. The first year in the Big Ten, Rutgers went out, beat Michigan, right? And then I think it was.
What was that?
In 2020. 2020. Well, no, we have a lot of recency bias, but so let's look a little more recent. 2020, I think Rutgers was ahead of Michigan 17-0 or something in the first half. And then, of course, Michigan stormed back and it went into 3 overtimes.
And you do realize we were terrible in 2020, right?
Okay, so then let's fast forward to 2021. How did Michigan look in 2021?
Yeah, okay, now that's kind of where you hang your hat.
They went like
2021.
50-something to then. Oh, 2021. 2021.
That was like what, 20-13 or something like that?
Yeah, I think it was 21. 20-13, something like. It was a 1-score game like that.
Yeah, it was a 7-point game.
And then, last year, of course, you guys blew our doors off, but.
Yeah, look, man. I like the enthusiasm. I like the hope. Nothing wrong with hope. There's nothing wrong with that. But let's be real here.
I'm saying it's gonna happen one day. People remember. Think back. That
it might.
I know 2016 is fresh in your memory.
2006, 2007. Rutgers can beat some top 5 teams.
Well, you got another Ray Rice in your stable there that we don't know about.
That's probably our strongest position group actually this year is the running back.
I've heard about that.
We probably got 3 or 4 guys that can actually play. Sam
I'd
Brown
say-
was a guy that was dinged up a little bit last year, and he has a potential to be kind of a. I mean, he's not going to be a Michigan running back or even the Penn State guys, but I mean, he's in that.
So-
he has the potential to be in that next tier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but real quick. So why do you think they'll beat this Michigan team? Why do you think they have a chance to beat this Michigan team?
Oh, I didn't say that. I don't think they'll beat him. I said I just said I got a
He has
circle.
circle
As an
you know,
interest
you
maybe
have a
it'll be
circle.
close.
Well, usually when you
As
got
an
something circle, that
interesting
means
game.
you think there's a chance. Like you think there's actually a
Well, I mean,
palpable.
there's an outside chance. Outside
Yeah.
chance. I mean,
Give me a
very slim. I mean,
percentage.
if I a percentage, maybe like 10%.
Okay, well, I mean, we'll
maybe
talk about it.
maybe cut that. Put a
Well,
decimal point in between the 1 and 0
I
there.
will, I will give
Maybe
you this
10%.
keep chopping. I'm going to give you this keep chopping. Your first 3 games extremely winnable. You've
Right.
got
Oh, yeah.
Northwestern, who's a shit show. You've got Temple, hoot hoot, and then you've got the Virginia Tech Hokies, who have been
Yeah, they're mad,
having
right?
some. I love the Hokie House, but they have been having some problems in recent years. So
Yeah.
That's another slight angle on the Michigan game. Even though I'm saying, I mean, the odds are small for Rutgers, but I mean, what are the tests that Michigan's going to see in those first 3 games? And
East Carolina.
I know.
Well,
I know
Michigan's
people-
not. Michigan won't face a test all year. There's no test.
Oh, here we go.
Right. I
Uh-oh.
got you. But
Uh-oh.
But people laugh at Rutgers, right? So, I mean, Rutgers is bringing back. I mean, last year they had in the Big Ten kind of a 7th, 8th type defense. I mean, it's not a bottom tier defense. It was right there with Ohio State and Penn State. It was right in that mix. I mean,
I'll tell you what,
and-
Penn
and
State's
really the
going to be.
defense-
To
Yeah.
me, the biggest test is Penn State. I think they're the biggest test.
Yeah, they are.
They won't be in there.
Because we got to play them in State College.
Yeah, Rutgers ain't beating Penn State, definitely. I mean, realistically, I mean, I'm saying Rutgers. I think hopefully they can get the 6 wins, but the games that I don't think they have any shot at is Penn State and Ohio State. I mean, that's pretty
Who
much
do you
it.
got winning the Big Ten, man? I'm curious about it.
Yeah.
winning the
That's a
Big
good question.
Ten?
Yeah.
I think Penn State. I mean, a lot of people are sleeping on Penn State.
Really?
I
A lot
know.
of people are sleeping on them. That's
I
not-
wouldn't. I
Well,
think
mean,
people
there's
are pretty high
not,
on
not
Penn State.
necessarily
Well-
sleeping, but everybody's kind of saying Michigan's there, Ohio State's there. Oh, and then Penn State.
I think Ohio State's the 3rd best team this year, if I'm being real. I think it's Michigan, Penn State, then Ohio State. I don't know why
That's what
people are so.
That's what I see with Ohio State too, because I mean they got and they always figure it out, but I mean they got quarterback questions, they have offensive line questions, they have
Yeah,
defensive
they
questions.
got injury
I mean,
questions. I don't know what they're doing, but they already have a ton of injuries. I don't know if it's the turf. I don't know if it's the training staff. I don't know if it's just. I don't know if they just soft. They're just soft. I don't know.
yeah. And then did you hear Ryan Day today? I guess one of their guys got busted for doping or something, taking
Really?
enhancing drugs.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
I don't know if he was
from the
factored
playoffs
into.
though.
Yeah, I don't
It
know
was
if he
from
was
when you-
factored into play or this year or not, but
No, it was from the playoffs. Like it was from a test from the playoffs last year.
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not good.
Well, so back to Rutgers here, because we love talking Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State, but we don't get to talk about Rutgers, and you have honestly in your schedule, 4 out of the 5 games that you start with, extremely, extraordinarily winnable. The Wagner Seahawks. I haven't even heard of the Wagner Seahawks.
Right. That's. I mean, if Rutgers has one automatic win, that's the one. And then,
That's it.
Yeah.
Wow.
But then
Temp-
you do face so then and again we've been looking at this from the Wisconsin angle, but looking at it from the Rutgers angle now, you're going into Camp Randall. What would you need to do to win in that game? Like what would need to go right? What would need to click? For you to beat Wisconsin.
I mean, I'm not. That's
Genuine
another
question.
one. That's another one kind of down towards the list where I don't have very high confidence. But like I said, I mean, Rutgers this year should have a pretty. I mean, you might laugh, but they have the potential to have a top 5 defense in the Big Ten,
Rutgers?
and that's. Yeah, I mean, last year they were kind of in the 7-8 range, and they probably have one of the top maybe 3 or 4 linebacker cores. The Michigan people, they'd be familiar with one of the guys on the defensive line, Aaron Lewis.
Aaron Lewis.
Pretty big player. Yeah, he's a first team Big Ten guy. Defensive line's going to be pretty stout. Is it going to hold up to Michigan? No, probably not. But
6'5",
I'm saying-
260
So wait,
pounds.
how many of those guys are returners on the defense?
there's about, I think it's 7 or 8 are coming back.
Okay.
Yeah, you
So,
don't
I
want to
mean,
face off against this guy, 260 pounds, 6'5".
Yeah,
Yeah,
and the
good
problem with
luck.
Rutgers normally is that we have serious depth issues. So as soon as you have one guy go down,
Oh yeah.
it really snowballs.
Mm-hmm.
This year, we actually have a little bit of depth. Now, I mean, there's problems on the offensive line still. There's depth at wide receiver, but there's still question marks there. I mean, nobody's really proven there.
Well, you guys have always played tough defensively under
Right.
Shiano.
Yeah, and Shiano's a defensive guy. And something else about that is, you know, we brought back the defense coordinator. The whole defensive staff is back. I mean, Shiano believes in the defense. Now, the offense, that's a different story. I mean, that was a complete mess. And I know I was joking around with Erica yesterday a little bit, and this will get her fired up. But Rutgers
like to
offense,
do that, it seems like.
Rutgers offense actually last year, it wasn't even as bad as Iowa's. And that's
Yeah, and he still beat you.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah.
That's not a bragging point, so you know.
I mean, yeah. I
But
mean,
what's-
Iowa's
but what's the
offense was
difference?
historically bad, so I mean,
Yeah,
it's
you
not
look
really
beat
saying
What's
much.
the difference, though? Rutgers went out and they said we have to make changes. We have to go out
To
and
their
get a new
credit.
offensive coordinator. They went out and
And
got Kirk
Oh, damn
Shiraka from
camera.
Kirk
Minnesota.
Kirk
New
Shiraka's now the
offensive line
OC.
coach,
Mhm.
new wide receiver coach. I mean, they pretty much cleaned house on the offensive side, brought a whole new philosophy in.
Can Wimsatt run that offense though?
Yeah. I mean, we got to see. I mean, the problem last year was Wimsatt played, you know, a handful of games, but really he got dinged up early. He had an ankle problem. And the whole time he was really playing with an ankle injury. So, I mean, Wimsatt really, he's a dual threat guy. And last
yeah.
year he wasn't much of a dual threat, you know.
I don't know. I see him more as a single threat.
Yeah.
I'm
so-
not worried about him passing the ball. Let's be honest.
Right, yeah.
If
And
Tanner
last year,
Morgan can run the offense, Wimsatt can run the offense.
yeah, so,
Let's
and,
be
I mean,
honest.
they had Evan Simon play last year, but again, he's not, you know. I think it says something that Shiano did pick Wimsatt, you know, before Big Ten Media Days. I think he probably showed some progress in the offseason.
I hope so.
Again, I think last year Wimsatt, he was throwing like 40-some% passing. I think it was like 43 or 44%, which is god-awful. Everybody knows that.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, if he could get a little bit better passing, and I think that the whole thing with bringing in Shiraka is you're going to lean on that Minnesota type of offense where they're going to try to run the ball. They're going to try to get Wimsatt moving, using, you know, what he does best, rolling him to the outside,
Yep.
looking for tight ends, slants, bubble screens. And I think that's
Are you,
really
are
gonna
you
be the
high on
offense.
Minnesota? Didn't Minnesota lose their star running back?
Minnesota lost everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
lost
So
a
I
lot
mean,
of
then
talent.
I mean that's you could win that game. So.
So y'all, there's really no good time to do this in the show, but we have a bunch of people in the queue, so I'm gonna say goodbye to Mike Fort and Go Blue.
All right.
Mike, do you have any final thoughts before we let you go?
Nope. Just thanks for having me, and good luck to all the new people talking football.
Go Blue.
Yeah, I got. I'll tell you
Go
where.
Blue.
I'll just tell you where you guys can find me. January 9th. You can find me at the National Championship celebration. Celebrating Michigan holding up that trophy. So
I
that's
love
where you
that
can find me. You might
enthusiasm.
catch me on TV. All right.
I love that enthusiasm, Go Blue, and great job making Mark say it on air. Great going there. All right. So let's go ahead and bring on Sean Garner and Michigan man Jason. Sean, welcome to the show. Sorry about the wait there. We've been rotating and trying to make things happen. Sean, you with us?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Sean.
And Jason.
Can you hear me?
Jason,
Can you hear
welcome.
me?
Yep, we can hear you
Hi,
just
Jason.
fine.
Hi, Erica. Hi, John.
So we have been talking Rutgers football, which I've been waiting to do for a while. So we're talking Rutgers football, and specifically kind of looking at the different aspects, like the new offensive coordinator, Kirk Shiraka, who by the way, I thought that was a great hire. Shiano, to his credit, he's played Michigan tough on occasion, and even beat Michigan. I think once or twice. You have a defensive philosophy that I think is strong, and then you bring in Kirk Shiraka, who has had some, I'd say, decent seasons at Minnesota. So what's your take, Jason?
With Rutgers schedule, or who they play?
Just in general, your thoughts.
I would say I'm a bit biased, but I have a lot of confidence in my team. I don't think they have any chance of beating Michigan. I think they have zero chance, to be honest. Michigan would have to have a bunch of injuries. They would have to have a bunch of injuries pretty much for them to have a chance.
It's very tough for them to do that. But I do think they could win 4 out of those first 5. And we are bringing in Will ND here, Notre Dame fan, eventual
I love
Big
this.
Ten.
I love that we're talking Rutgers on the Big Ten show. It doesn't get much better than this, folks. Hit that like button to support this show.
Yes. Hold on. Where's that button?
I'm sure the viewership went way up since we started talking about Rutgers.
I don't actually. It's been pretty steady. So people are interested.
Mm-hmm.
Hit the sub and hit the bell.
No, there's that cute graphic.
There it is. Thank you, Tim Prangley. We appreciate you. So Will, and Jason, we've been going through the schedule, and we keep getting on side chat. So we're going to try to stay on topic here. The next game, we think that 4 out of the first 5 are extremely winnable. I haven't even heard of the Wagner Seahawks before.
Wagner is in Staten Island, I believe.
Staten Island, Wu-Tang Clan.
There you go. But then they go into camp. Obviously, they go into Camp Randall, and I think that game. I was basically asking Keep Choppin' what the keys would need to be, and it sounds to me like everything would need to be humming on all cylinders, from the offense and Kirk, from the defense, from everything, to be able to pull off an upset again in Camp Randall.
Right. Pretty much. That's what I think. Yeah. I mean, we still got to see with Wisconsin what they really are. I think there's going to be a lot of question marks on what they're really. I mean, I know people are talking about the air raid, and then what are they going to look like? I mean, are they going to try to pound the ball? I mean, I think a lot of people think they still are going to try to do that, obviously, with the good, stable running backs. And they're going to have a good, solid defense. But, yeah, I pretty much got that one as a loss, definitely for Rutgers.
That's fair. Will, what's your take? What's your take on? Will, what's your take on Wisconsin? We've been talking about Wisconsin a bit, but obviously that's a big question mark right now with that air raid and kind of run hybrid that they're working on. What have you been seeing on the Wisconsin side?
Well, for me, it's all about Tanner Mordecai, and if he can keep the interceptions down, that's the secret. If Mordecai can keep the interceptions down, I think they have a chance of winning the Big Ten West. I'm still going to pick Iowa, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that the Badgers can steal the West. But he just got to – that's what Luke Fickell and his staff just has to coach that out of him. And if he can, I think they'll have a successful season in Madison. But if not, if he's like a Joe Milton with Michigan, then a lot of games that you think you're going to win, you will lose.
I don't see Wisconsin having a good record.
Will, do you think that they're going to coach it out of him this year, or do you think it's going to take a while?
I don't know. I think it's 50-50. But I don't know. It all depends how good their coaching is, because Luke Fickell's quarterbacks coach went with Marcus Freeman right now. So I'm not totally sure. I can look at the coaching staff.
I think for Wisconsin to have a successful season, I think they're going to have to rely heavily on the run game. Because
Phil Longo.
Whatever they're seeing with Mordecai, I just don't see it. I don't see talent in that guy. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Tanner Mordecai has had 2 really good seasons, though, playing at SMU. He's shown he can be a good quarterback.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna.
SMU's
Sean,
not
I
Big
was
Ten
going to
level.
ask you. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
So, Sean, I was going to ask you because I know we were rotating people in. You know a thing or two about Luke Fickell, right? You're a Buckeye fan, right?
Oh yeah, and I'm a Bearcat fan too.
And a Bearcat. So, geez, you're double Luke Fickell awareness there.
And I am an avid wrestling fan, not the WWE variety. And Luke Fickell, might not know this, he was maybe the greatest heavyweight wrestler in Ohio high school history.
Really?
Yes.
I would
Yeah.
have guessed that.
He could have been an Olympian, no question about it. Yeah, had he chosen that route. But,
That's a cool piece of trivia.
yeah. Yes. No, I mean, I definitely very familiar with Fickell, and I was surprised when they hired him. Just kind of Wisconsin has since Barry Alvarez gotten there, wanted to maintain a certain kind of identity, and I don't think in the way Fickell has coached it. I mean, this is a massive departure from the way they've done things in the past, and I don't know. I mean, if we're talking about the Rutgers game specifically, Rutgers to get to 6 wins, I think they're going to need to steal one where they're like +3 or 4 in the turnover category. So if the offense hasn't figured it out and they're still giving the ball away a bunch, maybe that's a winnable game. Somewhere there. But
I could see 6, but there's a couple of 50-50 games in there. Like the Michigan State game's a 50-50, Virginia Tech game's probably 50-50.
so like if they can, their path is basically they sweep the non-conference, and then they win. Like they beat the bottom 3 teams or they beat Michigan State and Indiana, and then where's the other really like
Northwestern's a win.
Northwestern. Okay, yeah. So
no, I've got Rutgers going 4-8. I just don't see them winning more than 4 games this year, but I guess it's possible.
Yeah. So no, Wisconsin's going to be really good under Luke Fickell. I have trouble seeing them getting real good this season. They still could win the West because the West isn't very good, but sorry.
Sean, can I ask one Notre Dame question for Sean? Just one.
Yeah.
I go for it.
I really like what Gino Guiduggli's doing, just from all the writers. I love what he's been doing with the quarterbacks.
He's a quarterback whisperer. I'll say the development of Desmond Ridder while he was at Cincinnati was remarkable.
This is such a fresh breath of fresh air from Tommy Rees. This is such a breath of fresh air.
Yeah. He did a really, really good job at Cincinnati. He did a good job when he was a quarterback at UC as well, way back in the day. Will was probably in diapers then, but.
So let's continue with now that because I did want to get all the new people's take on Wisconsin, but let's keep going through the Rutgers schedule. So we got to the Michigan State Spartans going to Piscataway. This could be a clash of the ages. I actually think I really don't know who's going to win this game. Keep chopping. Do you have this circled as a potential dub here?
Yeah, I mean, on my list, as far as how I kind of rank the wins, I would say this is kind of number 6. If they get to 6, I have the Indiana game at 5, and then this one at 6.
Wow.
I mean, Michigan State, I mean, they got some athletes, but I mean, obviously everybody knows Mel Tucker. I mean, that team up there is a mess right now. I mean, I mean, they're right there on the level. They're right there on the level with Rutgers. I mean, let's be realistic. I mean, I mean, they might have
the music to my ears. What you're saying?
They might have a couple more athletes, but I mean, I mean that game, and it's at home.
It's a flip a coin game. Just flip a coin.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. It could go either way, definitely, but
it's a great game to have at home. It really is.
And I mean, it's definitely a hot seat game for the Michigan State coach. I think that
that buyout's so big.
Turn up a little bit if he loses to Rutgers. So
I think that Rutgers has a chance since it's in Piscataway.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. And yeah, I think it's a little too early to be a hot seat for Mel just because of how big that buyout is. They have a few boosters who could pay it. But I just don't see it this early. I think they're going to give him another year or two. Yes, Casey's here. Congrats on the wrench. Absolutely. Erica got her mod powers today. We needed help very badly after recent the last couple weeks of thousands of people coming to the Voice of College Football. So we appreciate all the help.
Yeah, a lot of sour OSU fans.
Here's
So
all
I mean,
kinds of
what do the Michigan fans think about Michigan State? Let me ask that.
Oh, I think we've done that to death.
A lot of OSU
little.
I can
fans
tell you
posted
what
in
they
the
think,
chat.
and I'm not one of them.
Just about 30 seconds.
Jason,
What was that?
what do you think about Michigan State?
I don't think much about them. I think that if Rutgers does have a chance to beat Michigan State, because I think Michigan State's in a really down year this year, and I think they do have a chance. Like I said, I don't know who's going to win that game. It's 50-50, but if I had to pick, I'd probably say Michigan State, but really close would win that game. Really close.
Yeah.
Might come down to a field goal.
Right.
So let me say this. I think Mel Tucker has done a tremendous job on social media. I think he's done a tremendous job getting the facilities to a much better place. I think that for a 4-8 team that they're going to go this year, having those great facilities will help boost their spirits. For 3 to 4 wins.
See if that translates.
It's interesting because I think he lucked into a player, generational running back talent who's now playing on Sundays. Kenneth Walker, right? Playing on Sundays, the Seahawks. He's doing a great job. And I think that Mel Tucker owes half of his salary every year to Kenneth Walker for what he's done, what he did for the program. And he made Peyton Thorne. So Peyton Thorne looked good that year because the pressure was taken partially off of him by somebody who could score 5 touchdowns a game. Right. So as a quarterback, you have a little bit less pressure then. Not to make a direct comparison, but Cade McNamara benefited from Hassan Haskins running 5 touchdowns on Ohio State University. Right. So quarterbacks benefit from this. And then the next season he struggled when Kenneth Walker went to the NFL.
He wasn't as bad as I thought he was. I'm looking at the stats: 19 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. That's not
last
great.
year or total.
Yeah, last year.
Okay. That is a little better than I thought. Yeah.
Peyton Thorne's he's a good sort of game manager. That's really what he is. Got decent mobility. Doesn't make a lot of bad decisions, but when he had to carry a team, it just he's not going to be that kind of guy. And last year, they lost. Jaden Reed was out for a good portion of last year, and the team kind of rebounded a little bit. I mean, they looked just tremendously bad for a few weeks there. Remember that Minnesota game last year? They just got 30-0, I think it was, and then got trucked by Maryland. It looked like they were going to get bowl eligible, and then they couldn't kick an extra point against Indiana to secure their bowl. But
that was bad.
We have breaking news. I have to report this from Joey Foster. Joey Foster has reported that there is free shipping now on any item in the Voice of College Football merch store. So get your Voice of College Football keychains, coasters, items. You saw Mike Fort with his shirt on, his Michigan football at the Voice of College Football shirt on. So check the merch site out. I will ask him if there's a promo code or if you can just hit add to cart and check out and you're good. I'm trying it right now, but that is big news. So thank you, Joey Foster, for making that happen for us. Check the merch site out and get your free shipping.
So I was going to ask, with the new facilities at Michigan State, does that mean that they got a new tunnel? An additional tunnel?
No, that's Michigan. That's Michigan. Michigan's the ones that are behind some time here.
Erica, ask Mel Tucker where he got the money for those locker room facilities.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it.
He had Tom Izzo. Tom Izzo funded it. That's why it's named after him, because he's the one that bought it. That's how
Tom
proud they are.
Izzo have that much money. I mean, like, is he that rich?
I guess so. If he's getting facilities named after
That tells
him.
you how poor they are.
Well, I mean, he's a monster figure in the university. He might not have to pay as much to get. And I mean, there should be things named after Michigan State.
Like he's their Bo.
Yeah.
He
may have a statue taken down someday too. He may have his name taken off.
Oh, jeez. So just in terms of let's wrap up on the Rutgers schedule. So Indiana, I think, is a winnable game for you guys. You have your bye week, and then you have a tough slate in the end here, and that's why I think most people have you going 5 or 6 wins, because these last 4 are kind of brutal, right? You have the Ohio State Buckeyes and Piscataway, Iowa, Penn State, and Maryland. Just a brutal slate there in the end. Do you see maybe pulling off one of those 4? Because I think if you can get one of those 4, that's a dub. That's a victory.
Right. I mean, definitely. I mean, 1 of 4 would be really good. I think, Penn State, Ohio State, I don't think they have a chance. And next on the list, I mean, I would say Iowa's next most realistic, and then probably Maryland.
Yeah.
I don't think Iowa's realistic at all.
Yeah, at
well,
Kinnick.
okay, so I mean,
on top of it, on Kinnick, forget about it.
I knew that was coming.
So, I mean, what are the reasonings for Iowa having such a better offense that, we keep hearing
Let's
about?
see. We got a new quarterback. We've gotten receivers from the portal. Our T room is loaded. Our defense is an Iowa defense, as it usually is, top 5 probably. So that's why we're probably going to beat you. We've also beaten you every time we've played you.
Okay. Well, I mean, all I see is a backup quarterback from Michigan. That unfortunately for him, he had a very serious.
I'm gonna be nice.
It's gonna be that, and I don't want to talk about injuries, but I mean, I think there's question marks about how good is he going to really bounce back and look this year, because it's really hard to come back from serious injuries like that. So I mean, that's a question mark I have about him.
With our second to last.
And then as far as the defense. Right. Yeah. I mean,
So
who's
you're not
next
gonna
up
beat us.
after?
There's no way, and it's in
McNamara?
Kinnick. It's in Kinnick, man.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
I also would like to add that he might be a backup quarterback, but he also led Michigan to a Big Ten title and a college football playoff too. So
yeah,
you can't really talk down on that, to be honest.
I mean, he led a Michigan offense like that too. I mean, how much do you trust Cade to be really in X-Force multiplier quarterback where he actually elevates?
He doesn't need to be though, because here's what Cade needs. I'm just gonna lay it out. He needs tight end play,
which he
Check.
has, no doubt.
Iowa's got 2 of the best tight ends in the country. Check. What else does he need? He needs a running back. What does Iowa have? Caleb Johnson.
And we also have LaShawn Williams, and he's also playing well. Yeah.
He needs a semi-decent wide receiver. Caleb Brown. There you go.
He's got 2.
And then who is the other? Who are the other 2?
So we've got Nico, we've got Seth Anderson from the portal, who's been doing really well, who looked really good at the open scrimmage they just had, and then obviously Caleb Brown from Ohio State.
Yeah, so he's got, and all he really needs is one, I think, semi-decent one, and he'll be okay there.
So he has one who's probably very, very good in Caleb Brown. He has Nico Ragaini and Seth Anderson, who are definitely, I would say probably Seth. I haven't seen Nico play this, like he was injured on, over the weekend. He was injured. He wasn't playing. But Seth Anderson was doing a great job. And so I would say he's average or above average, maybe a little bit above average at this point. We have the pieces.
Okay, I'll say this about Iowa wide receivers. I will never forget watching Charlie Jones go to Purdue last year, and
that was horrible.
absolutely, he was such a revelation. Like he was so good. Where was he at Iowa?
That was a little funny.
He was wide receiver number 3 because the coach didn't judge it properly.
Yeah, I mean, he's that was I mean, like looking like I mean, my thought was like, okay, if you've got good wide receivers, if the scheme's crap, you know, it's going to be hard for them to produce anyway.
Well, here's the problem about last year. Last year, not only did we not have the wide receiver play, like even you know, with Charlie Jones being gone, we didn't have the wide receiver play for sure. We had tight ends. I mean, we always have tight ends. That's not a revelation. Our quarterback sucked. Our entire quarterback room sucked pretty much. The play caller stinks. So it's not rocket science that we were horrible at offense. But that being said, this is a new team this year.
How's the offensive line?
We got what we needed to get. We have one of the best TE rooms in the country. We have 2 good running backs, one of whom is especially strong. Cade led Michigan to a Big Ten championship. I don't
maybe
understand
8 wins for Iowa.
Wow.
Maybe 8 wins.
Yeah, okay.
We
get 8 wins. We get usually 7 to 8 wins.
I mean,
every
it's
year.
better than Rutgers. It's better than Rutgers. So.
Yeah,
I got Iowa going 11-1.
We get
Me
8
too.
wins on the regular. Like, I don't think you get it. We get 8 wins on the regular. We're going to do even better than that with Cade in there with all the other pieces we have.
And they're
We have a
their
big schedule,
schedule,
unfortunately, too.
yeah, schedule's really easy for Iowa this year.
I mean, it is. Let's be honest. Every year, Iowa's schedule is not every year, but most years, it's not that challenging. And I'd like to see that change, actually.
Because even if Iowa doesn't have that top-notch offense, you know, they've always had that top 5 elite defense. So
That's not going away.
Yeah,
That's not going away. And
so that's
we still
why
have
I'm
the
so
best
high.
punter.
I'm so high on Iowa right now.
We
I
still
know
have the
they
best
have the
punter in the
defense
country,
to be in
too.
games. Even when they're not doing good on offense, they can still be in games because of their defense.
That's right. That's right. So.
Okay.
They almost always win they're almost always really high on the turnover area, which is
So we've got some more stuff to talk about. We actually are not done our topic. So wrapping up on Rutgers, it sounds like 5 to 6 wins, or I have them at 5 and 7. Mike Fort has 6 and 6. Keep chopping. What is your prediction on your team?
I'll say we get an upset this year, 7 and 5.
Whoa, that would be really.
Don't sleep on. I mean, you gotta remember, Shiano, his first go around, he came in and he was chugging along, winning 3-4 games.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, boom, 11 wins. It's gonna happen one day where Rutgers jumps up and beats somebody. And a lot of people are sleeping on them, but it's going to happen. And I don't know who it's going to be, but it's going to be somebody. It's not going to be too far away.
I think we need to see it to believe it. That's just my opinion.
So Viva Las Vegas. So it is apparently discussions have been happening. The Big Ten has been submitting proposals, and the Big Ten and Las Vegas officials are in discussions about hosting the conference championship game at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas.
Let's go.
After the 2024 game, the contract expires. So what could this mean? I mean, with the expansion that's happening up to 18 teams, now they might be going to, a multi-billion-dollar stadium, Allegiant Stadium. I'd like to go around the horn on this one. Maybe start with Will ND from an outside perspective on what this could mean just for the Big Ten, brand.
I mean, it's cool and all, but I want the Rose Bowl. It should have been the Rose Bowl, man. Like, I mean, yeah, it's good. It's good and all, but I don't know. Like, I'm a little disappointed it's not the Rose Bowl.
Keep chopping. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely potential, that you want to get games out on the West Coast area, Vegas. Like Will said, even the Rose Bowl, that area. But I also find it kind of weird because, even though we are going out west now, the Big Ten is such a traditional area that, they really like to anchor things down in the Midwest. And I'm kind of surprised that they really want to kind of start forcing things out towards the newer teams. But I guess maybe some of that's to keep them happy, but I mean, like when you look at in Nebraska and Penn State and Maryland and Rutgers, everybody knows, and I think the USC people and the Oregon people, everybody's going to kind of find out that Michigan and Ohio State call the shots in the Big Ten. So I think it is going to be interesting. I mean, for the large part, and it's going to be interesting too with the AD changing at Ohio State.
Right.
Obviously, they're going to have a lot of influence in all of this moving forward. They always will. But I mean, Gene's been a big part of, behind the scenes, kind of pulling strings and kind of making happen what he wants to happen. So it's going to be interesting, pulling in these new schools and kind of seeing. I think there's going to be a little bit of a, battle back and forth between, some of this regional type, discussion as far as where we're going to play Big Ten championship games and all that stuff. So,
Erica, with obviously we know that divisions are going away, at least for now, although now we're starting to hear about maybe doing a West pod.
Yeah.
And different pods now that Oregon and Washington are part of it. But, with this news about potentially going to Vegas starting in 2025, I mean, what's your take on just the Big Ten status in college football?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's all about money. I don't like that. I'm just not, that type of person. I don't like when money rules everything all the time. I just have an issue with that, like personally and stuff like that. But as far as, where it's going, I mean, there's nothing we can do. Expansion is here. It's not going anywhere. But that being said, with the question about Vegas, I don't like it. I don't think. I think, and this is just to, disclaimer. I live in the Chicago area, okay? And I think that it wouldn't hurt to have it in Chicago because it's in the middle of the country. We're a conference that's coast to coast, so it should be in the middle of the country. So,
yeah.
And plus, traditionally, Big Ten is a Midwest conference. I know people don't like to hear that, but it's true. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world if it goes to Vegas, but yeah, I kind of agree with Will as well that Rose Bowl should be out there. And, it is what it is. I don't have a say in it, but that's my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, one thing, and then we'll go to our last two, but one thing to point out in terms of I've attended, 3 or 4 conferences in Vegas, and I've been part of some of the planning of some of these. And, there's a couple of reasons why you go to Vegas, right? One is cheap hotel rooms that are actually not bad. 2 is the actual stadium itself seats 65,000, right? So Notre Dame actually will, if you remember, beat BYU at Allegiant Stadium. So out of that, it does seem like 87% of the people who went were from out of town. So your out of town attraction to go to somewhere like Vegas, and I know this from half of the conferences that happen in the events industry happen in Vegas for a reason.
That's true.
Right?
That's just a funny thought. A bunch of Mormons riding into Vegas.
I mean, it looked like it was 80% Notre Dame, to be honest. It looked like there weren't that many BYU fans that made the trip.
The Notre Dame fans fit right in, but the Catholics.
Michigan man Jason, any thoughts on Vegas?
I don't know. I think it's like Erica said. Yeah, it's starting to be about money now, and I don't know if I like it either, but I mean, it is what it is.
It is a beautiful stadium. It's a beautiful stadium, and the facilities are state of the art. So there is.
What I'm concerned about, John, is what about all these mid and lower tier Big Ten teams? What's gonna happen when they go away at divisions? I mean, are any of those teams ever gonna play in a Big Ten championship? I don't think so. We may never see them in one again. Purdue or nobody like that again.
Well, I think once in a while there'll be a wild card team because no one thought TCU would make the playoff, right? So no one would think that Minnesota would make a Big Ten championship game, but they could have another magical season.
Because think about it, you got USC now, you got Oregon, you got you got Washington, and then you got who's the other one? UCLA over here now. You got all those 4 teams, and you got Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State. I mean, that's good. That's going to be a hard gauntlet to get to the Big Ten championship for those less talented teams, don't you think?
Yeah, so there is talk about going to pods now that they've added Oregon and Washington, which means depending on how they do it, if there's a winner of each pod, that could be a way that you could potentially get in a team that isn't, traditionally one of the blue blood, one of the top teams may get in just because maybe they have a really good season. They have a coaching change that works really well, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, that's exactly, John, what I was going to say next is Iowa is going to be having a coaching change in the next probably 4 or 5 years, if not sooner. And I think that's going to change quite a bit of things for Iowa. And the fact that we don't have Barta with us anymore, I think that's also going to change some things. And I think that if Iowa gets their stuff together on the offensive side of the ball, it's not crazy to think that they could compete more than they do right now.
Coming from a guy that doesn't really have a horse in the fight, admittedly, maybe a miracle happens, in the next 20 or 30 years. But outside of that, as a general fan, I'm kind of getting sick of seeing these Western teams go to the Big Ten title and just getting absolutely crushed by the East teams. And I think it's going to be different once, as everybody else is saying, once you had USC, Oregon, all that. I want to see the big games instead of, Ohio State playing Northwestern and getting beat by 50 or whatever in a Big Ten title game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Ohio State play USC and Oregon. I enjoyed when they last played Oregon. That was a really fun game. I was a big Duck fan that day. But you're just going to see, I forget who made the state. I think it was on the Bigger 10 podcast with Steve Dace, where they made the point. There's going to be a marquee matchup in every time slot from 12 to 3:30 to night to 10:30. That there will be a like big brands playing, and they're the only conference that are going to be able to do that with 18 in there.
That's true.
Yeah. So this is meant to be a teaser. This is not meant to be a giant discussion, but we do need to cover it a little, and then we'll talk about it on Michigan Wolverines Live heavily on Wednesday's show. So Jim Harbaugh's deal with the NCAA, the negotiated settlement that Jim Harbaugh negotiated with the NCAA was rejected by the Committee on Infractions, which means that this could go to a full hearing, or this could get dropped. But the way that the NCAA actually they rarely put spin on a statement. The vice president comes out and says this is not just about a cheeseburger, because they've been getting dragged so hard in the PR battle. And we know that it's not just about a cheeseburger. We know that it's about, that they're thinking that Harbaugh was misleading, and that's why there's a level 1 violation. We know that there were Zoom practices where they watched on Zoom, but guess what? Lots of people did that. Guess what? Josh Pate said it the other day. Analysts watch on field all the time and coach on field all the time in places like the SEC. You can go back and listen to Josh Pate's show last night where he talks about this in great detail. Could this be a thing that just goes away? Could this be a thing that leads to a longer suspension and a longer punishment? What's Jason? What as a Michigan fan, I know you've been following this.
Yeah, I just think that it's all like I was telling you the other day. It's a power thing. The NCAA wants to have power. They've always been like that, and they see Michigan's starting to do really well in football. So how do you deflect that? Well, let's just try to make up something and try to get them in trouble for it. But I think that's what it is. I know there's more to it than that. It's not just about the cheeseburger. I get that, but I think this was they were trying to nail Michigan because they're doing good right now. They're doing I think this is trying to bring Michigan and Jim down. This is one of those things, and they realize that
I think
They
it's very
realized that
interesting.
they can't get nothing on him. So, and then Jim called his lawyer and he pushed back,
Yeah,
and that's what
lawyered
happened.
up. Yep, Erica.
I think it's very interesting that the Big Ten gets going. People come after us, and because none of the other conferences, I'm sure, do any of these illegal practices, right? We're the only conference that has these issues.
No, Alabama hasn't done a thing wrong since Nick
Nope.
Saban's been in
Nope.
office.
Bama's been perfect. They've been angels. They've never done anything wrong. LSU has never done anything wrong. None of them have done anything wrong.
Neither has Tennessee, and they got over 200
Tennessee,
violations. They got a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
What did you say? Who?
Tennessee was in the
Oh,
cheater
Tennessee.
business.
They got over 200 violations. They got a slap on the wrist for it, and then they're trying to get Jim for 4-game suspension over a
What
damn
happened-
cheeseburger.
What ended up happening with that Florida quarterback deal? Does anybody know?
I think he got a slap in the wrist, but I don't think anyone else is going to pick him up. I think he's too much of a risk.
I heard he's
Jalil's
on a
asking
new team
if we
now.
have any
I don't-
proof for the claims. Just Google
I don't
it.
know what team.
It's all over the internet. Just Google it.
Yeah, I'm not really. Forgive me. I haven't followed this Harbaugh story that closely. It seems kind of silly to me. My default position though is on all of these NCAA infractions are F the NCAA. So, I mean, I definitely. I mean,
I'm getting
this
hungry,
sounds
man.
fairly. These sound like fairly petty accusations to me. But as a if I were a Michigan fan, I think I wouldn't mind him not coaching the first 4 games. If there's any year to not coach go out and coach the first 4 games of the year, right? I mean, you're not losing that for. I mean, any one of us could coach Michigan. I could coach Michigan with the intention of trying to make them lose in their first 4 games, and they would probably still go 4-0.
They'd probably still go 4-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's
East
that's a fine
Carolina,
line.
UNLV, Bowling Green, and Rutgers keep chopping your team.
Yeah, I was just saying
That's
that's
a
the
safety
fine line
David
between
Jones.
all these NCAA sanctions and trying to give out suspensions. I mean, obviously Harbaugh fought back, and now it made the NCAA step back and take a look at it. Whereas, they typically rely on these teams and these universities just doing whatever the NCAA says, taking the punishment, dealing with it. But I mean,
they're
Michigan,
bullies. They're bullies.
and I think in the last few years, you're seeing, all these schools kind of stand up to the NCAA now. And that whole narrative is starting to change where people don't care about recruiting violations and all this stuff. And, I mean, Harbaugh just said, whatever, I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do. And, that's happening in the SEC too. I mean, here's my violations. Go ahead and give me, take away one scholarship or whatever you're going to do, and we'll take it. Okay. But
yeah, the NCAA was like, hey, Jim. The NCAA was like, hey, Jim, you're going to do this and you're going to do that. And Jim just looked at him and smiled and said, no, I'm not. That's basically what happened. When you bully a bully, they go away. Eventually
Are
they
you
go
guys
away.
worried at all that the NCAA is?
Well, the NCAA is not going away. Let's clear that up. The NCAA is pretty dogged in this.
They'll be gone pretty soon.
Yeah,
I've already said it.
I don't know. I would not test the NCAA's pettiness and vindictiveness.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, college football is going to be NCAA free here in a minute.
Harbaugh's lawyered up. I have a lot to say on the Wednesday show about this. So I'm using this as a teaser that everybody needs to check out Michigan Wolverines live Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Are you guys worried at all that the NCAA will be this and like the NCAA will somehow like win the ruling and that they'll like ban Harbaugh? Is that at all like a worry or?
That has to be a concern.
Yeah.
If there's any sort of legitimate legal standing for them to do this, if he violated their bylaws and this is a potential penalty, what can a court really do to overturn this? My guess is it goes to arbitration and they meet somewhere in the middle. That's what I think is probably going to happen. Like maybe he misses 1 game and, limited practice hours or something like that. That's something that I think will probably happen.
I could see them coming to a settlement because everything about college football now is about money. They'll have to pay a fine or something. They'll slap them on the wrist and make them pay a fine.
Pay a fine. There is the possibility also, again, anything could happen here. There is the possibility that Harbaugh looks at this, looks at the NIL situation, looks at Ward Manuel being an ineffectual AD, and looks at what's happening at places like the Raiders, where they've been kind of questionable under McDaniels. We'll see what happens with Jimmy Garoppolo, but he tends to be injured a lot. There is the possibility, he's good friends with Mark Davis. I'm just saying, I know he wants that Super Bowl. He wants that Super Bowl. John Harbaugh has that Super Bowl ring. So that's all I'm saying. And check out Michigan Wolverines live Wednesday at 5. Let's go to.
So maybe he'll go to Vegas for the Big Ten championship game and just not come back.
There you go.
Yeah.
What if he goes back to Kansas City and coaches Patrick Mahomes?
Oh my goodness!
Oh boy.
That does not seem like a match made in heaven to me. I mean,
I know, that's why. I just think it's funny.
Andy Reid gonna retire.
Harbaugh is all in this year, and I think if they don't win a Natty, he's gone. I think he's going to NFL too. That's my take.
Do you think that if Harbaugh doesn't win this year, that he's going to go to the NFL?
Yeah, I think he's got all his chips in this year. I think this is the year that everyone expects Michigan to win the Natty. I think that this is his year, and if he doesn't win, with everything that's going on right now with the NCAA and legal issues, I think he will go to the NFL after this year if they don't win.
See, I think he would be more likely to leave if they did win the national title. That would seem to make a little more sense to me. Like, yeah,
I think he's gone either way.
What?
I think he's gone either way, whether he wins or not. With all this stuff going on.
Do you think this is
What do
his
you think,
last
John?
season?
Stay tuned to Michigan Wolverines live Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. Let's go to this.
You're a true pro, John.
I cannot. You gotta watch that show because I've got a lot to say.
I love it. Everyone tune in Wednesday, man.
Bottling it up. Okay. That will be most likely a solo show. And then I'm going on my conference, so I won't be hosting next week. Mark, I'm sure we'll figure something out for the 2 shows. I'm going to Minneapolis for a conference. So I hear it's really great there. We'll find out. But I'll be back in 2 weeks from now to keep rolling. So I didn't hear no bell. Our last topic of the night. What are you hearing about your team in fall camp? And I'm going to start with Sean because we have been talking for 4 hours almost about Ohio State, and some people saying that Devin Brown is the savior. Some people saying that they're having trouble throwing screens. What's your take on fall camp and what you're hearing?
Okay. Well, one, it appears from the outside looking in, McCord has the edge in the quarterback battle. I heard that they both looked really good in their scrimmage. They both played well. And I'm also hearing there are big things to come from Sonny Styles and CJ Hicks. Sonny Styles, a safety, and CJ Hicks, kind of a linebacker safety hybrid type of player. They were both 5-stars and both primarily played special teams and reserve roles last year as true freshmen. I'm hearing they're every bit as good as advertised. So this can, add a couple playmakers to a defense that really needs it. Maybe they're the missing ingredients to a natty run.
Ooh, okay. So the line, that's what has been, even Mark Rogers has said.
I think there's still some concerns there. They're really
on the O-line.
Yeah, definitely. Left tackle
Harris Johnson Jr. is gone. Yeah.
The interior should be very strong. The tackles are more of the concern right now.
Yeah. On D-line, I think your front four, will be fine.
The front seven, Eichenberg and either Steele Chambers or TJ Hicks. Like that. That they should be solid. They should be good there. The back end. Let's see.
Yep. So some people are saying, well, maybe next week Ryan Day will announce. I don't think Ryan Day is going to announce until some guy shows up on the field against Indiana.
You remember how he slow played when Justin Fields came out? I don't think he ever announced Justin Fields when the 2019 season. I don't think he ever announced Fields as a starter. I don't know if he did or not. If he did, it wasn't until very late. But everyone on Earth knew he was the guy. But just stayed mum.
There you go. All right, Jason. So obviously Michigan has had about a little over 2 weeks now of fall camp. And any key thoughts from your end? I know you've been following recruiting a lot, but also camp.
I haven't been following camp a lot, but recruiting has been very, very slow right now. So yeah. But I know we just lost. Elias Rudolph to Miami, so that kind of sucked a little bit. But,
yes, a little bit. Now it seems to be a trend now. Every year Miami snags one.
Supposedly they snagged one last year too from us. Right. I don't remember who it was. But yeah, other than that, no. I heard Corb's doing really good in practice, so he's been looking really good. And Ben Hall and obviously Edwards. I've been hearing a lot about Cole Cabana too. I heard he's doing pretty good too. So we're looking pretty good on both sides.
Collins, I'm Collins, and then a last name that I will butcher at Achimpong was the one from before. So 2 years of Miami snagging one.
I will say this, and I've been saying it for a while. Look out for number 78, Kenneth Grant. I'm just telling y'all now. You got to look out for that guy.
There's a few like that. You mentioned a few of them. I believe it's trying to think of so Tyler Morris, I think, was the receiver. So he might be a slot player. He played with JJ McCarthy. The line is looking good. We did a last Wednesday show was with Dennis Fithian from Maize and Blue Review, and we definitely went into 7 storylines for the Michigan fall camp. But yeah, there's definitely some breakout players. Ben Hall in the running back room seems like he's solidifying running back 3, but Cole Cabana running it. Yeah, I think they're all going to be playing a lot in the first 4 games.
Everybody's talking about Jenkins and Graham, but not a lot of people talking about Kenneth Grant. And I've seen what that kid can do. I'm telling you, man, that guy is going to be nasty this year for Michigan. I'm telling you. He's just he lost 20 pounds. He went from I think he's down to 340 now, or 3. He was like 360. But I just been seeing the one arm people, man. Offensive lineman just one arm with his strength, knocking him on the ground. So that dude's gonna be nasty. Watch out for him.
Absolutely. Erica, we've been following, obviously, those of you who watched Hawkeye of the Storm, there was a Hawkeye hangout. We did see that Cade seemed like he had a minor soft tissue injury, but doesn't seem like it's going to be very rough. Are there a couple of impact players you've been hearing about from fall camp?
Yeah. So I guess the first one to mention would probably be Seth Anderson. We got him from the portal. He's a wide receiver. Apparently he lit it up on Saturday when they had their open scrimmage. So I'm really excited to see what he can do. And I was actually, when I found out that they had gotten him from the portal, I was really high on him just after looking at, his film and stuff like that. So I'm really excited to see what he's going to do for us. Other than that, Caleb Brown's obviously going to be someone to watch. I did read that he was dinged up a little bit, so he didn't play as much on Saturday at the open scrimmage that they had. But I don't think it was any major because he did play a little bit, so he's probably on the mend as well. Other than that, Caleb Johnson is somebody else to watch for. He already lit it up last year quite a bit, but I think this year is going to be a huge season for him. And obviously on the defensive side of the ball, Nick Jackson is new to linebacker. He and Jay Higgins are going to be the linebackers this year. He was from Virginia, and he was an all ACC player or something like that, I think. And he's learning the playbook still, but apparently he's doing super well so far. As far as the quarterback room goes, obviously there's Cade. I'm not gonna need to go into that, but our Joey Labus, who was the person who played in the bowl last year against Kentucky, is actually injured at the moment. So the QB2 is Deacon Hill, who transferred in from Wisconsin, and he is a big guy, big arm. He needs to learn the playbook and stuff like that and get used to the way we play. But I think I have a lot of confidence in him. I think he'll end up being a good backup to Cade. And I think that when we have those games against easier teams, they need to throw him in there to get him used to the playbook and how we play and stuff like that. That's one of the things I want to see, Brian and Kirk do, is throw in some of the backups a bit more so that we can get the depth better established on the team. Because I think that's a problem for us in general, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And then the third quarterback who we saw action from on Saturday, this is interesting, is Marco Lainez, who's a freshman who just came to us from New Jersey. And
wow. Hey, New Jersey. Okay.
It's a very un-Kirk-like thing to do. And I think it's because he has a lot of potential. And maybe the Rutgers fan, keep chopping. Maybe you've heard of Marco Lainez, since I'm assuming you're from Jersey. I don't know. But he is a dual threat. He can run. He's a good quarterback from what I've seen of him, and I'm really, really excited. I don't know how much he'll see the field this season, but I think he's the future after Cade is done. I think he's going to be a brilliant quarterback. I know he admires Brad Banks, which some of you might remember him. He was one of the Heisman runner-ups when he was playing for Iowa, and I can see why that comparison is made, because like Brad, he does have legs. So really excited to see what he develops into. And then there's some competition, believe it or not, on the offensive line. So that's good to hear, because this is the first time in a few years that Kirk has said that to the media. So I'm excited to see what happens there. I wouldn't expect miracles, but I do think it will be improved. Other than that, you know what you're getting with an Iowa team. You're getting a good TE room. You're getting good solid, top 5 to top 10 defense. You're getting elite special teams, which Troy Taylor is back for another season, so watch out for him as usual. He's lost some weight, so I think they're going to try and get him to do other stuff besides just punting. I think they're going to try to get him to do some sneaks and stuff like that. He tried to do that against Ohio State last year, and it was a failure because he hesitated too much. So that was a bit disappointing, but I think that they're going to start working on that with him, because I did hear that, if he gets an NFL opportunity, maybe he would stay in this country. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, and then our kicker is back as well, Drew Miller, who's just brilliant. He makes like every single kick, so I'm excited to see him again. And other than that, I mean, that's an overview of what we're looking at right now.
Can you give us a little more information, Erica? I don't really know. That was a little light.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to
no, that was
details.
It was good. It was good.
Yeah, great. No, I appreciate that. I feel very prepared to watch the Hawks now.
Yeah, I'm watching them. So it's I'm gonna see what Cade and Eric all are up to this
Luke
year.
Lachey as well. He's gonna
Luke
be
Lachey. Oh yeah, he'll be great.
Oh, and I should also mention Cooper DeJean on the corner. He's cornerback. He's already he's already supposed to be a first-round pick for next time's draft. So, and he's only a junior. So,
jeez,
he is just amazing. He is just one of those monsters. He played, I think, 4 sports in high school in small town Iowa. He was quarterback. He took his his high school team to the state finals twice and won 2 times. And it was the first time in his school's history that they won in the state of Iowa. So he's crazy. He's a stud. He's amazing.
All right. Well, watch this space for first round draft pick cornerback here, Cooper DeJean. So that's great.
Yeah.
Okay. So keep chopping. You the New Jersey connection was mentioned earlier. So anything that you're seeing from fall camp on the Rutgers side?
Yeah, I mean, we already talked about Rutgers a lot, so I won't take up too much time. But Flip Dixon, he's a safety from transfer from Minnesota that Shiano's talking about quite a bit. There's he's a redshirt freshman now. Penn State was after him real heavy, and when linebackers getting recruited by Penn State, that's usually a pretty good sign. So pretty excited about him. He was injured last year. So this year, we'll kind of see if he can bounce back, and looking for him to flash a little bit. And then there's a defensive tackle that they got from Ole Miss, upperclassman, that pretty excited about, see what he can do. And then obviously Aaron Lewis is probably the biggest guy on defense. So they're, kind of trying to, I'm sure he's on a bit of a pitch count and stuff just to make sure he doesn't get injured or anything, because that's pretty important with Rutgers, right? So as far as offense goes, and it's important that Wimsatt, he's the number one guy. He's been given the reins to the offense, and, it's either going to work or it's not, with him. So we'll see how it goes, and really the whole team comes down, I think, to the offensive line, see if those guys gel. They're starting to get there. They're starting to look like a Big Ten offensive line. Now we'll see if they can, start playing like a Big Ten offensive line here. So that's pretty much it. And they have 2 wide receivers too that were transfers from real small schools that Shiano's been mentioning a little bit too. So that's about it.
Yeah. Well, Shiano, listen, he's a defensive coach. But I think he made the right OC hire. I think it was probably the best OC hire he could have made given the circumstances. So we'll watch it. And Will, I know that you are excited about the upgrades at quarterback and at other positions for Notre Dame. So how's fall camp been going for your Fighting Irish?
So they just wrapped up like the practice sessions of camp. So now they're just preparing for Navy right now. But yeah, it's because it's weak. Okay, well, I'm always kind of scared of Navy, but since we play them first, I'm not. But so I'll go through the position groups quickly. So at receiver, I really like Tobias Merriweather. He's been our highest receiver recruit since Michael Floyd. So that's way back in the day. So I'm really excited to see.
Way back.
Yeah. Well, we got Chancey Stuckey now as receivers coach. So the recruiting's been up there. But him and Chris Tyree are going to be really good. And at line, Joe Alt and Blake Fisher are probably going to be first-round picks. Joe is projected to be the number 3 overall pick. So he's going to be the first offensive lineman taken in the draft.
Wow.
Joe Altman or Olu Fashanu from Penn State.
Olu's going to be up there too.
They're the guys that are battling for that top tackle spot.
Mm-hmm. And at running back, Audric Estime is a big guy that's just get off me. He's reminds me of a Jerome Bettis, so I call him Baby Bus. And then Jadarian Price is similar to Donovan Edwards, so similar type of running back. So just really fast, run deep. And then at defensive line, Jordan Batoho and Riley Mills are expected to have big years, but they're a little unproven. So the D-line's a little unproven, but they've looked a lot better at this camp, according to the writers. And then linebacker, J.D. Bertrand and Jack Kaiser are going to have great years. Maris is probably going to start. I'm a little scared about Maris because he wasn't always assignment correct last year, so he's the guy I'm most scared about. And then the secondary is going to be very strong. Cam Hart and Ben Morrison are going to be really good. Ben was a freshman first-team All-American last year, so he had a great freshman year. So really excited to see more of him. And then Xavier Watts at safety is going to be awesome too. So yeah, I'm excited to see my team.
And Jason, is right. Hartman looked really sharp in the spring game. I agree with that. I think, compared to what you had been experiencing at quarterback with Drew Pine, I think it's a big upgrade.
Yeah.
So it'll be a good season. So we're at that point in the show where everybody gives their final thought and where can people find them. But before we do that, I want to remind everybody about 2 shows coming up here. 30-Minute War is premiering tomorrow night with Buckeye Mike on the Ohio State side of things. I'm going to be representing the Michigan side of things, and Jeffrey, Only Talk Sports, is going to be the moderator. So we're debuting a new show. That's actually going to be from the Ohio State perspective, the Michigan perspective. We see it in chat. Let's have a show about it, and we'll see how it goes. So that's premiering tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern. So check that out. And of course, coming up next is USC Trojans Live with Mark Rogers and Matt Zemek, which will be at 11 p.m. Eastern. I'll put the link right here so everybody can just literally zip over and watch some USC football. All right. So final thought, and where can people find you? And we'll start with Sean Garner.
Okay. Final thought. Just really excited for this season. This will be the end of an era across college football. You know, I mean, it's changing. It's going to change greatly. So if you appreciate what you have right now, just really relish this season. I mean, because there will never be another season like the season upcoming. I mean, just the college football world's changing too much. And I'm really excited. I'm going to be more grateful for what I get every single Saturday this fall than I even normally am. And yeah, I've said this before, not a huge social media guy.
That's fine.
Certainly not a guy that posts a lot of sports stuff on social media. So this is what you get whenever I decide to call in here.
Well, I appreciate it, Sean. Thank you for calling into the panel.
Thank you. Thanks, Will, Erica, Jason, Chop. Been great conversation.
Take care.
I hope
Thanks,
I didn't
Sean.
miss any details. I apologize about that.
I'm sorry, what?
When I was giving my Iowa rundown, I hope I didn't miss any details.
I hope you take that as like the as a what am I trying to say? As a compliment.
Oh yeah, no,
Yes.
I'm kidding around.
Compliment. It was intended to be. I did not mean to express any frustration or any sentiment.
No. I got you. I was just
Love
joking with you.
All right,
We're having,
you have a great
we're
one.
having fun here. All right. Bye, Sean.
Take care.
All right. So Jason, and we know that you do have now a Twitter and X account that people can check out. So final thought, and where can people find you?
Yeah, I had a fun time tonight talking with all you. Thank you all for being here. I do have a Twitter account. I'm basically on there for Michigan recruiting purposes, but sometimes I like to mingle and troll it up with some of the trolls on there. So, but my Twitter handle is capital JASON _ Moose capital MOOOOOSE 313 at Twitter.
Yep. I got it right there
Thanks for
in
having
chat
me,
for
guys.
you.
Thank you guys for having me. Have a good one.
Thanks, Jason. Go Blue.
Go Blue.
Jason's link is right there. If anybody would like to give him a follow on Twitter, I'm not calling it the other name. I'm gonna pound that rock. Okay, so keep chopping. Keep chopping. For your debut call. Thank you for representing the Rutgers Scarlet Knights tonight. We tried not to be too harsh.
Thanks for joining us. It's really good to hear from someone different.
Yeah, I mean, somebody had to do it, and you guys are definitely very, very nice and kind to the poor Rutgers people. It's not easy being a Rutgers fan. Everybody can kind of imagine that.
Yeah.
But I mean, my kind of final thought is, we're really 2-3 weeks away from the season really starting here, and I think a lot of people are really getting sick of hearing about all this talk and the build up, and I probably heard at least, just listening on YouTube, 30 or 40 different teams that think they're going 11-1 or better. I heard like the USC guy, Tim, he's saying 15-0 they're going.
Ooh,
Michigan's
wow.
going undefeated. I'm sure, Notre Dame has their people saying they're going undefeated. But that's what makes college football fun, just, kind of going at each other a little bit. And, while you guys are talking about 11-1, Rutgers is still going to be chopping away. And then we're going to jump up and beat somebody.
Hey, look out.
Everybody's going to say, where did Rutgers come from? And then a little bit of momentum is going to get going. But yeah, that's my final thought. As far as finding me, I just kind of around here. I don't really do X or Twitter or anything like that. So
there you go. Well,
you'll see me around here.
We appreciate you. All right, keep chopping. Thanks for being
take
on the
care,
panel
guys.
tonight.
Thanks for
bye.
joining.
Later.
Yep, bye.
Okay. Erica. Where can people find you? New mod.
Yeah, well, thank you again. It's an honor to be a mod. I'll try not to be too harsh on people. I'll try to be nice, but yeah. As far as where to find me, I'm on X, or the app formerly known as Twitter, as well. And John, maybe you could put that in the chat for everybody. It's Eriquita0115. I talk a lot about Iowa football, and when it's women's basketball season, I've started talking about that too, because Caitlin Clark is amazing. And I also post cute pictures of dogs sometimes, and I'll be talking about travel because I'm going to be traveling soon, so I'm super stoked about that.
Yes.
So yeah, you feel free to add me if you like. I will disclaim as well that I do put political posts up sometimes, so I am very tolerant of other opinions. So don't be scared of that. Otherwise, final thought. In a weird way, I can kind of relate to what Keep Chompin said as far as people underestimating, because I feel like Iowa is usually underestimated, and I think that people need to realize that P-Trash is gone and that Barta is gone, and I think that there's going to be some changes. So don't count the Hawks out. I'm not saying we're going to go to necessarily a national championship or a playoff, although that would be fantastic. But we will be a contender this year for the Big Ten, and I look forward to seeing that. And I thank you for letting me join the panel tonight, John.
I appreciate you stopping by.
Have a good one.
And
Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
All right. And we're down to you, Will.
What's up, guys? So I'm really excited that I'm hopefully going to be excited when our last recruit for 2024, Gerby Lambert, hopefully commits. It's us, Ohio State, Boston College, and Harvard. So he's a really big academic guy, of course, since Harvard made the top 4. So hopefully he chooses Notre Dame, but I'm sure he'll be great wherever he goes. He's very highly rated offensive lineman. And you can find me over at Will ND on YouTube. I've been tried to schedule the thing, but it's been having scheduling issues. Obviously, people have busy lives. I'm going to try to get something up on there this week. Should be fun. And yeah, just really excited for football to start. High school football starts this weekend, so I'm going to try to find some time to watch some of that. And if I'm able to find a good stream of a game that I want to watch, I'll share it on the Discord. So join the Discord, and we can do watch-alongs this season. That'll be really fun. Especially,
yes, I keep telling Mark, I keep telling him, if you want to do a watch along, do it on StreamYard or on Discord, but don't do it on YouTube, because you show 5 seconds of something, it gets killed. So we'll just do it on StreamYard, or do it on we'll literally just do screen share on the Discord chat too. I mean, either way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, my favorite watch along last year, of course, was that LSU Florida State game. That was so much fun, especially at the end. Well, I was worried for a second, and then of course they missed the extra point. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. So hopefully more times like that. So another reason, just a reason to join the Patreon for Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football. So thanks so much for having me on, John. Your show is great, and it's a lot of fun as always.
Will, thanks a lot. Follow Will on Twitter/X. I posted the link right there so people can easily do that. And we'll see you next time. All right. And as Will just reminded us, join our Patreon Discord, talk college football all the time. Sign up at patreon.com/MarkRogersTV, or you could get a YouTube membership for as low as $2.99. It's so easy. Just go on there, you'll get some emojis, get lots of good stuff. When you're doing your shopping on Amazon, as many of us do from time to time, I just got my latest dog food shipment. You saw Gizmo show up earlier in the show. He does pop in and say hello from time to time. But you do your shopping on Amazon, just click the link in our description sections, and get Mark Rogers a couple of bucks. I mean, we might as well, right? There's nothing wrong with that. So get Mark Rogers some money, and it'll help towards the shows and everything like that. Go to the Voice of College Football merch store. According to Joey, as of tonight, we have free shipping. So I'm gonna post that right there. Boom, boom, free shipping. I need like a big alarm bell or something to really drive it home. So there it is. Here's the link. Check it out. And go get yourself some Mark Rogers merchandise and order it now, because football season's coming up, so that way you have it when you're hanging out with your buds or whatever. You want a grill, you have your apron, you want to hang out, you have your t-shirt, your coffee mug, your pint glass, whatever the case may be, and get yourself some Voice of College Football merch. In addition to that, reminder, tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern is the debut of a brand new show, which is called 30-Minute War. Tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, it's premiering on the Buckeye Mike channel. And Buckeye Mike will be representing Ohio State. I'm going to be representing the Michigan side. Every season I do a fun show like this. I try to do like just a fun, little something different from the usual stuff, and I get to put my Homer hat on a little bit more. So we'll be battling every week and talking about the college football topics out there. And we'll have a moderator. And on tomorrow's show, it's going to be Jeffrey from Only Talk Sports, who's an Indiana fan. So he's going to be the neutral party, moderating the two of us. So we're trying out a new format. It's experimental. We'll see if it works. We'll see if we need to make changes. I'd love to hear all of you, discuss and be part of that. And we will be bringing in, yes, it's not a call-in show. It's a debate show. So think Undisputed, think, think these shows that you see on TV. Okay. It's 30 minutes condensed battling. And what we will do is bring in an additional Michigan person and Ohio State person for big games. Like, of course, the game will probably have, we'll be bringing in a group. So we'll have a group of each. So we're trying it out. We're going to see how it goes. Experimental. We like doing experiments here. Also, don't forget that this upcoming Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, I will be giving my full rant on the Jim Harbaugh NCAA, where I think we're at this season, what could be happening next season. Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. You're not going to want to miss it if you're like, well, what does he think? If anybody actually cares about what does he think? There may be a few of you out there who do. And if so, you're going to want to tune in to Michigan Wolverines Live Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. Finally, coming up next, and I'm going to post the direct link. So all you guys have to do, I'm posting the direct link right here. USC Trojans Live, 11 p.m. Eastern. It's right there from the Voice of College Football. You click that. Go get a beverage. Go walk. I'm going to be walking my dog. And then just hang out there. In about a half an hour, we'll have USC Trojans Live with Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football, Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire, USA Today, and they chop it up and talk USC Trojans football. I mean, this is happening all day, all the time. We have shows, content. It's even we're going to have more. We just had the Penn State people on last night. You're going to see more hosts. You're going to see more content. If you haven't watched the State of the Network speech, Mark Rogers the other day gave the State of the Network speech, where he talked about what was happening with this season, and I'll put that right here in the chat, so those of you who are interested can check it out. He calls it the network update. So just this is the State of the Network speech from Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football. There it is. So check that out. You can listen to what is coming. And yes, College Football After Dark is coming back. And I am encouraging people who have never been a panelist to be on, or if you've only been on once or twice or 3 times or whatever. But you know, I want new people. That would be my ask. I don't run that show. That's Exploring with Ben and Sam, and he does a great job of keeping that going and bringing that back. So that's his baby. And you know, if you want to be on the panel, give him a DM. Exploring with Ben. If you're on Discord, he's on Discord a lot. But he's kind of had a call to action to you know, anybody who wants to be a panelist. You do need to be. Here is the stipulation for After Dark. This is a Patreon or YouTube membership perk. So you do need to be a paid member of one of the two. That is the only stipulation. As long as you're a paid member of either YouTube membership for $2.99 or Patreon, you can be on the panel. That is our one ask, is that it's a Patreon or YouTube membership perk. So $2.99. Find it in your couch cushions, get a YouTube membership, and then you can be on the panel. All right. We'll see you in about 28 minutes. I'll post the link here if anybody does want to become a YouTube member. It's really not, it's not too hard. So I'll just post it right here. YouTube membership at Voice of CFB. I know you're Michigan, Ben. I know. There's the YouTube membership, and then that Patreon. If you want to be a Patreon member, there they are. Those are the links. You can choose. Patreon starts at $5. YouTube membership starts at $2.99. And then you can be on the panel. So there you go. And with that said, I'm done. I think we've thoroughly exhausted Big Ten talk, and we talked about some other teams other than the usuals. Oh, sorry, I missed one super chat from Michigan Ben. $5. Thank you, Michigan Ben. Do you remember why Ryan Day said that they were going to hang 100 on Michigan? And are you doing a Nick right now? Are you doing a Nick super chat style here? Does that have anything to do with Hamburger Gate? Well, Ben, I think we need to call back the graphic. Call back the graphic here. This is from, by the way, this is from the Brown Jug. So this is the place. And I recommend if you're ever in Ann Arbor, now they're not sponsoring, but maybe they should. Maybe they need to email MarkRogersTV at Gmail and sponsor our show with the amount of love that we're giving them tonight. So there you go. So if you want to sponsor Voice of College Football, that's how you do it. MarkRogersTV at Gmail. And see how 90,000 college football fans can benefit your business, product, service, or personal channel or brand. Let's get back to the super chat. So does it have anything to do with Hamburger Gate? I don't think so. I think you're having a little fun here. But if you're not, let me know so I can address it if I need to. Ryan Day is going to hang 100 on Michigan. It's going to take him 3 or 4 years. So 2021, 27 points. 2022, 23 points. Okay, that's 50. So in 2 more years, he will have put 100 on Michigan. So there you go. From a certain point of view, it's true. Yeah, in 4 years. There it is. Erica Goldberg with a final parting super chat. Shouldn't it be called Cheeseburger Gate? I just call it Burger Gate because that's just snappy. I like things that are snappy. Just easy to roll off the tongue, you know? So Burgergate, there it is. But yes, I believe it was a cheeseburger. That was the offending food stuff in this whole situation. But thank you for your $2, and thank you for all your contributions that you do, and everybody. And this is the part of the show where I thank everybody. So for those of you who have hit the like button, subscribed, become a YouTube member, become a Patreon member, you've just commented in the chat, at the very least, hit that like button because it's free. It takes 2 seconds. Just if you like the content that we put out there, that's the quickest and easiest thing that you can do to help us out. So thank you all for being here. My name's John Diadamo. You can DM me at John Diadamo. I host Big Ten Live, the Ocho. I also host Michigan Wolverines Live. So my next show will be, there's 30-Minute War tomorrow night. Michigan Wolverines Live, 5 p.m. Eastern, Wednesday night. And then I am gone until not next week, but the following. So I'll be back. So my next show after that will be the 28th of August. Out next week for a conference in Minnesota. So there you go. But thank you all for coming on. And next up, USC Trojans Live. Good night and go blue.